of your most holy law, that we may be preserved in union and in that peace which the world itself cannot give. And after enjoying the blessings of this life, please admit us, dear Lord, to that eternal reward that you have prepared for those who love you. Amen.
Announcement by the President.
Good morning. Today marks our first Senate meeting for 2022, and I thought it important to start the year by sharing our work for the year 2021 with you and the wider public. For our 11 Senate meetings held in 2021, a total of 117 bills, motions, and papers were entered into the order of business, of which 58 or 49.6% were bills, 43 or 36.8% were motions, and 16 or 13.6% were papers. Of the 58 bills introduced, 52 or 89.6% were approved by the Senate as introduced, 3 or 5.2% were approved with amendments and returned to the House, and 3 or 5.2% remain in committee for further examination and consideration. A testament that the Senate is not a rubber stamp, that as explained by Senator Sani Musa of Nigeria, we are one arm of the government and we act based on the provisions of our Constitution. Notably, members of this Senate participated in over 65 meetings, seminars, and workshops in sessional, select, joint parliamentary, and staff committees on matters surrounding the efficiency, effectiveness, and accountability of Parliament, in capacity building sessions, and in the work of Parliament against hunger and malnutrition, and with the United Nations, diplomatic embassies, or by virtue of our membership with the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, Parliamericas, and the Forum of Presidents of Legislative Powers of Central America and the Caribbean. In these meetings, seminars, and workshops, knowledge was created, shared, and transferred on key national, regional, and global development challenges and opportunities for delivering on national goals and regional and global commitments under thematic areas such as climate change, poverty, social protection, open and gender-responsive government, youth and women empowerment, and human rights, to name a few. Worth mentioning for the year 2021 is the producing of a draft code of conduct for senators and a draft amended standing orders of the Senate through a partnership with the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association. For 2022, with your support, it is my intent to build on our work in 2021 by introducing into the order of business the Code of Conduct for Senators and the amending standing orders of the Senate, and by the appointment of 2 special select committees. One will be responsible to conduct inquiries on all matters relating to climate change and sustainable development, which will see the Senate's role as not only limited to investigating allegations of corruption and mismanagement in government, but of advancing nation building. The other will be on education, public education, and outreach, with the purpose of increasing awareness of the role of the Senate so that the wider public, particularly our youths, are familiar with and understand the role and functionings of a working Senate in our parliamentary democracy. Also, we will continue with the process of strengthening the capacity of the National Assembly to support the work of senators and both our sessional and select committees, with established cooperation and collaboration with our regional and global partners and with Madam Speaker. on reimagining the role of Parliament in our democracy and nation building and in moving it towards greater autonomy. I thank the staff of the National Assembly for the tremendous work that they do to support us in the Senate, and I look forward to collaborations with the Speaker of the House of Representatives and our partners in continuing to strengthen the role of the Senate in our democracy and in delivering on the dreams and aspirations of our government and our people. Honorable members, by letter dated the 4th February 2022, Cabinet's recommendation has been signified to the General Revenue Supplementary Appropriation 2021-2022, Number 3 Bill 2022.
Bill brought from the House of Representatives.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I rise to take charge of the General Revenue Supplementary Appropriation 2021-2022, Number 3 Bill 2022. Madam President, in accordance with Standing Order Number 49-1, I move that the bill be taken through all its stages forthwith.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill be taken through all its stages forthwith. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Papers.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I rise to lay on the table Sessional Papers 19/1/14, Supplementary Appropriation Number 3, scheduled for fiscal year 2021-2022, 20/1/14, Supply Agreement for Petroleum Products, Sol Belize Limited and the Government of Belize, and 21/1/14, Central Bank of Belize Estimates of Revenue and Expenditure for fiscal year 2022.
Honorable members, those papers are ordered to lie on the table.
Personal explanation.
I recognize Senator the Honorable Osmani Salas.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and good morning, colleagues. I appreciate the opportunity, Madam President, to, very briefly share some news in relation to the seat of Senator representing NGOs. At the end of this month, Madam President and colleagues, I will be stepping down as Senator representing NGOs. I have tendered my resignation to the steering committee of the Belize Network of NGOs. The reason I have decided, after much contemplation and deliberation and an advice that I sought, is that I applied for and have been offered to work for the World Wildlife Fund as the country lead for the Project Finance for Permanence. That 3-year undertaking, Madam President and colleagues, will inevitably require negotiations, discussion, and agreements with the government. So, Madam President and colleagues, I made that decision because I do not want even the appearance of conflict of interest in the work that I will be charged with leading as of next month. One of the few things that I completely own is my integrity, and I hold that dear to my heart. And I must say it is bittersweet for me, because I have appreciated the process here in this upper chamber, the robust debates, the overall behavior that we have portrayed, the level of maturity that is expected of this upper chamber, that I think can serve as a model for the lower chamber as well. I have appreciated the approachability of all senators, that we are just a call away, a WhatsApp message away. And I must say, and I'll make sure I don't take too long, I must take this opportunity to thank the National Assembly Clerk's Office staff for their support, their hard work, their dedication. Without them, we wouldn't be able to do our jobs as we're expected to do. I must mention that I highly appreciate what I characterize as the refreshingly inclusive leadership actions of the leader of government business. I must thank you, Minister Courtney, for being a good listener, for ensuring that as senators, we have the opportunity to express our genuine concerns on bills. And one thing that I must say has happened during this current, session of the Senate is that I have seen several instances where when senators have expressed genuine concerns on bills, those have been, the pause button has been hit. Those have been either put off the table or left in committee so that there's a chance to improve on them. I think that's very refreshing, and I look forward to that continuing. I also must recognize and thank Madam President for your dedicated leadership, how hard you have been working along with your counterpart in the House, right, Madam Speaker. Madam President, I have seen you working hard to ensure that the Senate gets the respect it deserves, and I look forward to you continuing that effort, Madam President. Along with Madam Speaker, I've seen how you have been ushering changes, structural changes in the National Assembly that I look forward to that continuing, to you getting done what you have set out on your agenda, because I think the positive impacts of that will be felt for generations. The special camaraderie with my fellow social partner senators, I must say that that's one of the most difficult things for me when I was considering what to do next, because I have really appreciated how well we've worked together, how we don't always see eye to eye, but we always lean on each other for support and guidance. We each have our own strengths, and I've seen that work very well in our discussions and our deliberations. I take this opportunity, Madam President, to thank the NGO community for having elected me in January 2017 and again in November 2020. I thank the NGO community for their confidence in me and giving me the opportunity to serve for 5 years. Last year I made 5 years that I have served representing the NGO community. It really took me 5 years to get a better understanding of the standing orders, but it also made me realize, Madam President, that we could be, the standing order, we could be making it work even better for us, to make our role in the Senate even more engaging and productive. I will miss these proceedings and our various committee deliberations, but always the optimist, Madam President. I am heartened because of the, by and large, respectful way that we carry out our legislative business here in the upper chamber. This, I dare say, Madam President, bodes well for a more mature type of political discourse that our country so desperately needs. One of the things that I urge my social partner colleagues is to, let's not get our eyes off this whole matter of constitutional amendment. Together, we have been able to, I would think, to show the government that we won't support the piecemeal changes to our constitution. And I have been heartened by the fact that the government, with their proposed 10th and 11th amendments, have put that on the side, and I look forward to the process, which to a great extent will be coordinated by the Ministry of Constitutional and Political Reform to approach the matter of constitutional amendment in a more comprehensive manner, which is what the country needs. So with that, Madam President, I ask for this opportunity because this could very well be my last Senate meeting. We don't know, there may be another opportunity, but I'll be around till the 28th of February. So if one is called earlier, I will be back. But I just wanted to make sure that I would share this information and to say that I wish you all well. Your work, the quality of your work, will have a great impact on how we carry out with our legislation for the betterment of the country. So thank you, Madam President. Thank you, colleagues.
Motion relating to the business or sitting of the Senate.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, with your leave, may I just, on behalf of this side of the Senate, say to Senator Salas that we respect his decision and at the same time we salute the decision and his service. Senator Salas, like the other members of the Senate and particularly those from the social sector, has distinguished himself in the mature, sober, and quite comprehensive way in which he prepares and participates in the work of the Senate. I think you can leave this place and truly believe and say that you have made it a better place than the way you found it. But I believe it was Brutus in Julius Caesar speaking to Octavius and others who said, "There is a tide in the affairs of men, which, taken at the flood, leads on to fortune. Fortune not in the sense of money, but fortune in the sense of success. In your new endeavor, we wish you success." We have no doubt that in working for the World Wildlife Fund, which is a partner with the government and other NGOs, you will also be in service of Belize. So on this side, we thank him for his service and wish him well. Madam President, I move that at its rising today, the Senate adjourn to a date to be fixed by the President.
Honorable members, the question is that at its rising today, the Senate adjourn to a date to be fixed by the President. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Public business, government business, motion.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move that whereas the Multilateral Convention to implement tax treaty measures to prevent base erosion and profit sharing hereinafter the convention was adopted in Paris, France on 24 November 2016 and signed by the government of Belize on 11 January 2019 with a provisional list of expected reservations and notifications. And whereas the convention intends to ensure that existing agreements for the avoidance of double taxation on income are interpreted to eliminate double taxation with respect to the taxes covered by those agreements without creating opportunities for non-taxation or reduced taxation through tax evasion or avoidance, and to provide an effective mechanism to implement agreed changes in a synchronized and efficient manner across the network of existing agreements for the avoidance of double taxation on income without the need to bilaterally renegotiate each such agreement. And whereas Belize is presently a party to agreements for the avoidance of double taxation on income that are in force with the following parties to the convention: Austria, Canada, Denmark, Norway, Sweden, Switzerland, United Arab Emirates, and the United Kingdom, and some or all of which may be affected upon entry into force of the convention in Belize. And whereas Section 61A(2)(a) of the Belize Constitution, as amended by the Belize Constitution, 6th Amendment Act No. 13 of 2008, provides that the Senate shall authorize the ratification of any agreement by the government of Belize. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Senate authorizes the government of Belize to ratify the Multilateral Convention to implement tax treaty measures to prevent base erosion and profit sharing, a full text of which is hereto annexed.
Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report. I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move that whereas domestic violence is recognized as a widespread international public health and human rights issue, which in all its forms has tremendous physical, mental, and emotional consequences on its victims, children, and other family members, and has far-reaching detrimental social, health, and economic impacts on nations. And whereas domestic violence constitutes abuse, including physical, psychological, sexual, emotional, financial, or other aggressions inflicted by people in the family environment or in intimate partner relationships, which generally targets the most vulnerable populations, namely girls, women, and older adults, and almost always occurs inside a residence and most often at the home of the victim or the perpetrator. And whereas it is established that domestic violence is a crime and a violation of human rights, which affects every member of our community, and if the cycle is not broken, it continues to tear apart our families and our social fabric. And whereas, as reported by the Belize Crime Observatory, at least 60% of domestic violence cases registered during 2020 were the result of intimate partner violence. And whereas the Belize Crime Observatory reported that during January to November 2021, there were 2,155 reports of domestic violence to the police, whereas 78% of those reports were made by females and 32% of these cases are open cases. And whereas an effective response to domestic violence requires a multi-sectoral approach to ensure prevention, protection, and provision of services for survivors and successful prosecution of perpetrators. And whereas Plan Belize, through the implementation of a progressive women's agenda, aims to strengthen and expand measures to ensure the safety and security of women and children by, inter alia, holding a zero-tolerance position on violence against women, financially supporting the operation of emergency shelters and transitional homes for women and their children, implementing the domestic violence and sexual violence laws and protocols for the protection of women and children, providing free counseling and legal aid service for survivors of violence, and supporting mandatory counseling for perpetrators of domestic violence. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this Honorable Senate denounces and condemns domestic violence in all its forms as a crime and a violation of fundamental human rights, supports the call for additional resources to further strengthen the interventions, safeguards, and public awareness required to effectively address domestic violence in Belize, will undertake legislative review aimed at filling gaps and putting in the necessary reforms for the response to domestic violence, as national leaders, takes a zero-tolerance position with regard to domestic violence, prioritizes domestic violence as a national issue of significance, and pledges to take individual and collective actions to end this plague in our constituencies.
I recognize Senator Honorable Michael Perry.
Madam President, thank you and Happy New Year. I listened to Senator Salas a few minutes ago, and notwithstanding the fact that he didn't publicly recognize just now the value of anything that we do over on this side, I just want to echo the sentiments of the Leader of Government Business, in that indeed Senator Salas is to be respected for his level of preparation and participation in the Senate process. One thing is for sure, sir, one thing was for sure whilst you were here and continue to be here, is that you would not leave a stone unturned. You took this job seriously and you applied yourself continuously every time to every debate and to every process of the Senate. And for that, I congratulate you and I thank you and I wish you well in your new endeavors with the World Wildlife Fund. Thank you for your service, Senator Salas. Madam President, this is a serious motion. And I don't think that anybody in this chamber could possibly oppose this motion. we on this side certainly wholeheartedly support it, because we believe, as has been immortalized in song, that there is nothing domestic about domestic violence, as it is termed. We must also understand, Madam President, and as I see in the whereas where it talks about implementing the domestic violence and sexual violence laws and protocols for the protection of women and children, and in the resolution at number 3 will undertake legislative review aimed at filling gaps and putting in the necessary reforms for the response to domestic violence. I hope to see in the future, Madam President, the promotion of the reality that domestic violence is not a private matter. It irritates me every time I hear that such and such couple or such and such two persons are dealing with it as a private matter and that somehow it should be left to them to sort it out. Madam President, violence, including the so-called domestic violence, is a crime against the state. So even if, and as you look to strengthen the laws that you claim that you want to strengthen in this motion, even if you have a virtual complainant who doesn't want to testify or give evidence or to bring the charges, if there are witnesses, if there are people who know of the situation, that in the future should not prevent the matter from going forward in court so that perpetrators of these crimes can be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. The highest crime that we have in our books is murder, Madam President. And there's no virtual complainant in a murder trial. That virtual complainant would be dead, and the trial still proceed. So you do not need a virtual complainant when it comes to certain instances. And we do not need just the person who was the victim of this crime to be the only person to decide whether or not we go forward to press a charge. It has to be wider than that. And there has to be a wider collective responsibility on everybody when it comes to domestic violence. Well, Madam President, this is what I hope to hear in the future, and it's not just an opportunistic lip service to domestic violence given recent current affairs. Madam President, the motion has to address the big issue that we often ignore when it comes to domestic violence. It is usually in the case, Madam President, that around the abuser, there is a cadre of apologists for that abuser, supporters, defenders, people who derive some benefit from that abuser. And so these very same people would encourage the victim to not bring charges, to not make a big deal about something, to keep it a private matter. Sorry, Madam President. Thank you, Madam President. And for it to not be an issue for the sake of embarrassment, I hope when it comes to legal reform, thank you, Mr. President. I hope when it comes to legal reform, Mr. President, that we can put something in the laws that will also prosecute those people who enable and uphold the abuser as he or she carries out these crimes. It should be the law and strengthen the law that if you see someone abusing someone else, you must report it to the police. It is not a private matter. There is nothing domestic about it. If you are proven to be an enabler or a person who hides evidence when domestic violence occurs, or you approach the victim to try and convince them to not press charges against the abuser, we need to strengthen that and bring bigger penalties against people like that who surround the abuser and who apologize for the abuser because they themselves may derive some benefit from the abuser. And then there must be protection for people who enlighten the community about these abusers in our midst. And there are a lot of them, Mr. President. There was a domestic violence report by the domestic violence unit in the police department a few years ago. Was that so, Clerk? A few years ago, where it pointed out that 1 in every 4 males, at least once in their lifetime, will abuse a woman. 1 in every 4. So to see how the issue is so ever present, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 males in this room right now. The statistics would tell us that 2 of us in here during our lifetimes will abuse a woman at least 1 time. That's what the statistics say. It is an alarming statistic. And attention to this issue can never be too much. And we have to make sure that laws are in place to protect those and defend those who report these crimes to try and end the occurrence of domestic violence. Mr. President, and this is an issue I have because I've been attacked for criticizing a situation. And I'll give you more details, Mr. President. A person walks into a police station and says that her fiancé has abused her with a hammer, with a pipe, and destroyed her property. I stand up and I say, I will have none of this. I will not be a part of this. And I will disassociate myself from this. And Mr. President, my concern stems from the fact that somehow the enablers, the apologists, the defenders of the alleged abuser turn around and try to make me the bad guy. So how can a person who brings this to the attention of the public, who does not stand for this, how can that person then turn around and be attacked for bringing this issue to the fore? So, Mr. President, it is important that as we move along with this issue of domestic violence, that we let the public be aware that they have an obligation, a duty to report incidents of domestic violence and report those who enable and who apologize and who support the abusers in our communities. Mr. President, I wholeheartedly support the motion, and I hope it goes through, not as a political gimmick, but as a serious motion to address a plague that we have in our society. Because the government will not come like some hero now, you know, Mr. President. We know why this is being presented to the National Assembly. So take advantage and gain some political points with the directorate because of something that occurred. And I say this because the government took long. When this matter came to the public, it took long. The government said nothing. The Minister of Human Development didn't come out until days after to say something. It was only after I made a statement to the public and gave an interview that all of a sudden everybody just get brave. I am saying the government was slow to react to a situation with a member of the National Assembly, and I hope that from now on, with this motion, you don't wait days to respond or issue a statement or take a position on something that has happened when it comes to our women, children, and even men sometimes who are abused in their homes and where they occupy their lives. Thank you, Mr. President.
I recognize Senator Bishop Alvin Bengushe.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to speak on the motion domestic violence in Belize. Let me, however, like those before me, signal my intention to express deep thanks to my colleague and social partner, Senator Osmani Salas, as he signals his departure from the Senate. He made two important points as he shared a while ago. To avoid conflict of interest and to continue to preserve the integrity of this august body. He also indicated that he has served for some 5 years. I have had the opportunity to have served with him now going into our second year. Certainly, I personally will miss him, Madam President, because of the kind of association we have had and the easy sharing we have had. But like others before me, I want to also say that we wish him well. And I'm certain that having served in the Senate, he will be richer for the experience and will be able to take that with him in his new sphere. Madam President, I want to remind us and remind the nation that traditionally in our households, the male is the main breadwinner in most cases. It means that the male wields power and might, and that is the way in which it is interpreted. We must recognize, however, that in Belize, there are also a lot of single mothers who carry their household and meet everyday expenses and everyday needs. And so women have proven themselves in our society. But even with perhaps those single mothers, we recognize that even though they might be single in the home, that there is a partner who comes in from time to time, and that person frequently and perhaps physically reminds that person who is in control. And so he takes a physical territory. And as I say, he takes a physical territory. I ask, certainly, why is the motion before us at this time, but I want to deal with the bigger picture as to how we will implement what is before us. Perhaps the question must also be asked, does it go far enough? Is it well articulated? Perhaps when we look at the motion before us, does it have enough in it to be able to exact justice for those who have been abused? What is the criminal code? But I believe that perhaps as we go forward, it would be best that a select committee be put in place in order to deal with some of the questions that I'm asking. But Madam President, stigma and discrimination are the key issues here. And one of the things we must recognize in all this is that the social media is also now used to attack the victims, and so that must be taken into consideration. I must say that here in Belize now we have a cyber crime legislation that has been put in place. And a part of what we now have in place is that we must use it to educate our population, and especially our men, who are the violators in most cases. And so we must take advantage of that cyber crime legislation. But, Madam President, there is a small section, as I said, of the population, I believe, that domestic violence, as was mentioned before, there's a small section of the population that believes that domestic violence is a private affair. Some cases are not reported out of fear. And the same is recognized that if a person leaks the information to the authorities, that person is victimized. Not only the person who is, in a sense, directly receiving or perhaps is being abused, but as was mentioned, those who might share the information otherwise. Madam President, the police force is woefully inept and perhaps lack the resources. And in some cases, I must admit that from what I have seen, the policemen and women are sometimes not properly trained to handle domestic violence cases. And oftentimes, these same persons victimize the victim and traumatize families who are on the receiving end of domestic violence. That there are times when our lawmen and women are not as helpful as they should be. And I believe that we who are in this Senate need to take issue in addressing that. Madam President, I must say that I breathed a sigh of relief when in the House of Representatives, the Minister Dolores Balaramas Garcia proposed or is thinking of a posthumous pardon to be granted to Nora Parham. the only known woman in Belize to have been hung. And let us study that case and study the history of that case, and you will recognize, Madam President, that it leads back to domestic violence. I look forward to working with the minister and other women organizations in bringing forward that pardon, which I believe will signal to all of Belize that the country is serious about dealing with domestic violence. Domestic violence is a public health issue, and until we understand that, we will not be treating it as seriously as we should. Madam President, obstacles, I must say, continued even today for women. When I did some research and I recognized that in some districts, including Stann Creek district where I grew up, that women still have to pay something towards the summons that will be issued to the abuser. That there are times when the women, in order for the summons to reach the abuser, have to pay a little something for that. Now, that is quite interesting. And perhaps that can be dealt with from a policy perspective. That shouldn't be, Madam President, in this day and age. But that is what is currently taking place in Belize. The woman is abused and still have to pay a small fee in order to deal with her perpetrator. Unheard of in this day and age. Madam President, there are so many factors surrounding domestic violence. But I believe that articulating it in this motion at this time opens a floor for a campaign for zero tolerance to domestic violence. And I believe that as we draft what is before us, I looked at it and the document assumes some things insofar as the language is concerned when we deal with domestic violence. And perhaps we might also have to look at the language that is used when we speak of domestic violence. But in closing, Madam President, I would like to also indicate that I would like for us to examine the role of the church and how the church can assist in this area as we go forward. But I rise to support what is before us this morning. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Honorable Jacqueline.
Good morning, Madam President and fellow senators. I rise to support this motion for this bill to go forward with the specification to move forward for what is outlined here. The prevention, protection, provision of services for services, and successful prosecution of perpetrators. The matter of domestic violence, when we last met, Madam President, we stayed back and celebrated the 16 days of activism against domestic violence. And similar activities have happened throughout this country, where women get together and we advocate 16 days out of the year against domestic violence. I believe that more needs to be done on the matter. After watching the news interviews, I have come to the realization that our general public takes that domestic violence is a norm, it's permissible, and truly, it broke my heart to see how some of our Belizean people view domestic violence and gender-based violence. I keep in mind that our children are tuned into the news, and the generation that is to come behind us are seeing people normalizing the harm that has been inflicted on others in domestic situations. And so, as I rise to support across any political party lines this motion, I want to say to our children of Belize that it is not right for anybody, be it in the home, be it in the school, be it in the community, anybody to inflict harm on the other, regardless of the relationship. I want our children to take that message because, Madam President, they got the message from some in the media that it can be okay. And today, I stand to say, no way. To those who are silent victims, Madam President, I want to send a message too. Don't be scared to speak out. Although we do have limited support for our victims, we do have support. Madam President, I was once responsible for women affairs in the city of Belmopan, and I will tell you some of the provoking things that were sent to my inbox. Females that were branded with iron, clothes iron, on their tummies, their bodies. Perhaps they are the very persons that sit next to you at work, and you don't know that they're going through these things. A friend shared with me that her ribs were broken by her significant other, her domestic partner, the person that is supposed to be her protector. And she said, and what hurts me the most is that my children had to witness that abuse. She said it took me 11 years before I could have healed through that process and find somebody who could love the broken pieces of me. I am thankful for that sister today who has shown that victims can eventually transition into survivors. And it is that hope of a message that I want to send to those who are silent and at home. To our perpetrators, you need help. And the first step towards help, we might all know this, but I want to put it in words, is acceptance that there is a problem. If we deny that there is a problem, there is no way that we can make changes to ourselves. And spend time healing. It will come. It will be gradual. And while you're healing, please don't hurt anyone else the way you are hurting. I also wish to speak to our survivors. Our survivors need to know that they have a responsibility to those who are suffering. Be there for your brothers and sisters. Be the person who is listening. There's an old song. It says, "My name is Luca. I live on the second floor." Luca is silent at home suffering domestic abuse and her neighbors know, which is commonly the case in our society. The neighbors are aware, but nobody says anything until something really bad happens. Madam President, I want to tell you about a young girl, 21 years old, a teacher, not a victim of domestic violence, but a victim of sexual violence. That young girl suffered through many years, but she decided that she would not be a victim and she would be a survivor. She educated herself. She tried to lend assistance where she could. She went through the ropes of healing. Madam Speaker, today I am in the Senate as a result of having been a survivor. And so I tell all the women of Belize, all the men who are suffering from domestic abuse, you are able to do it. And I support this motion emphatically. I want to tell the government, kindly, when you're drafting the details of what we're discussing here today, kindly consider financial responsibility of the persons who might be victims. Kindly set programs in place to support in that manner. And secondly, to support with child care, because those are two of the most urgent needs of those who have suffered domestic abuse. Many women stay because of the children. As a single woman, a single parent, I will tell you that those are some of the most urgent needs. And oftentimes, our victims go back because of the lack of that financial support. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Honorable Kevin Herrera.
Thank you, Madam President. I hope I'm not coming over muffled, Madam President, but if I am, I can take off my mask.
A little bit muffled.
Okay. Madam President, with your permission, I'd like to just say a few words in respect to Senator Salas's announcement this morning. Firstly, I commend him very highly for his principled position in terms of moving on from the Senate. And I also thank him tremendously for his service over the past 5 years, and especially in the last year. As you are aware, I'm very new to this. This is my first year along with Senator Bengoshe. And so we relied on him significantly for his input, for his wise counsel throughout the year. He was certainly, a very sober person and advice that we could rely on as social senators. And as he said, we collaborate quite a lot among ourselves. And so it's certainly something that we'll miss tremendously. But again, I do understand and support the principled stand that he's taken. And I think from the business community, I think we want to say that we wish you well, and we're sure that you will be very successful in what you're doing. And as Senator Courtney mentioned earlier, it's still service to the country. I mean, the World Wildlife, does tremendous work in Belize, and all those areas are important with respect to the whole. And so we wish you well, Senator Salas. Madam President, abuse does not demand pity. What it requires is that we stand up against it, we stand up to it, that we acknowledge it, and we take action. I'm hoping that today with this resolution that we have before us, that it is the first step in that process. And I know that the resolution talks about reviewing legislation and that type of thing. And I'm hoping that we will look at it in a very sober way to address this problem that we have in this society. And I mention problem because it is a huge problem. I noticed the resolution mentioned that there are 2,155 cases in 11 months. If you look at that on a monthly basis, it's almost, and we're talking about reported cases, but I'm sure that there are many more cases that go unreported. So we're talking about almost 200 reported cases per month. And if you look at that on a daily basis, we're talking at least or close to 7 reported cases per day. So if you think about it, the time that we've been in the Senate here is likely someone was being abused in this country, and it's alarming. You know, Madam President, I grew up with my mother, and she passed away in 2005, but you know, her memory is still very dear to me in terms of what she told me and what she taught me along the way. But I grew up with her telling us about her niece. Her niece was in this relationship and she was abused. And I'm talking way back because you may not notice, but most of my first cousins are way older than I am. And in many cases, their children are older than I am. So in many cases, and in this case particularly, I didn't know her, but I remember my mother keep on telling us about this case, and she was so abused that at one point, and we're talking about, I think they were living in the village of Limonal at the time, and they were coming out or going in. And she was beaten up so badly on that road that she was killed. And in fact, and I'm not sure who all in here is familiar with that area, but there's a creek and a culvert between Isabella Bank and Limonal Village that's called Edith Culvert. For that same very reason, that's where her body was found. And so, Madam President, you know, it's not something I think that we can take lightly. I think it's a very serious issue. And I'm hoping that we can all stand on it, stand and be recognized for it. It will take a tremendous effort, and we're not only talking about females. I think Senator Perpetrators mentioned that, you know, men, but there also are many children. For every one of these abuses that you see that are perpetrated against women, there are many children victims in there who are witnessing this very same thing and are exposed to it, and they can't go there. They're as trapped as their mother. And so I am hoping that this is a first step, but there is still a far way to go. One of the key things in this whole thing is education. Let's get the information out there. Let's make it easy for these cases to be reported. Let's make it easy for these cases to be prosecuted. Let's try to protect the victims as much as possible. It will assist tremendously in the reporting process. We don't want to re-victimize the victims, and in many cases, that's precisely what we're doing. You know, it becomes the talk of the tongue, the talk of the media. We have to do better than that. You know, I have 3 girls. I don't have any sons, but I have 3 daughters who I love dearly, tremendously. And I would hate for them to be hurt by any other individuals, because I always tell them, you know, your body is yours. You are supposed to be protected, and you also learn to protect yourself. Don't let anybody abuse you. But this is a message I think we have to have out there throughout. And we're not, again, we talk about women, children, but they're also, and males, but they're also, and I'm glad the motion mentioned it, they're also the older members of the population. Sometimes they get into relationships with younger individuals and they're abused. Men, women, you know, and so we really have to, I think we all have to come together on this one. You know, we can do a lot better than that as a country. I think, and I'm not at all suggesting that victims are weak, but I think it was President Kennedy who said that, you know, how can we protect anyone if we can't protect those who are vulnerable among us? And I'm just paraphrasing what he said. And so, Madam President, you know, I'd like to suggest that we look at stronger legislation to protect our citizens, better victim protection program. Again, we need to, and Senator Burns mentioned that, you know, sometimes these victims have to go right back into that abusive environment because there's not a supporting structure. I think we can do better than that. You know, we spend for a lot of other things. I mean, what more important than to spend on protecting our citizens is one of the primary responsibilities of the state, to protect its citizens. And yet we're failing on this. We have to provide counseling to the victims. You know, again, a lot of times, the effects of abuse have a tremendous mental effect. And so it's not only addressing the physical part of it, you know, removing them from that situation, but even when you remove them physically, that thing still follows them mentally. As what Senator Burns mentioned, and I think she had a very compelling presentation this morning. I mentioned public awareness before. Let's get this thing out. Let's empower our citizens where they don't take abuse from anybody, male, female, children, the elderly. Education plays a key role. And we have to accompany everything that I'm saying this morning with significant penalties. I think Senator Perry-Feet went into that. We can't allow this type of thing to happen without bringing those who are perpetuating it to account. Again, this morning, going over this thing, I remember my mom's niece, Edith. I grew up just passing that place and hearing that name. And this morning, I thought about her. And so, Madam President, I'm very encouraged with the motion. I'm hoping that I can be a part of the process while I'm here in my tenure as the senator representing the business community, to be able to contribute in a significant way and to support anything that really makes sense in terms of addressing this plague among us, this real horrible problem that we have. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Honorable Senator Darrell Bradley.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to, first of all, before getting into my brief comments regarding the motion, extend my congratulations to Senator Salas. I think in this society there is a great yearning for public service that speaks about substance and that is about doing the people's work, arguing for a higher level of leadership and accountability and performance in government. And these are words I feel very clearly explain and show Senator Salas's years in the Senate. I've had the pleasure and privilege of listening to him, his contributions, seeing his level of thought and insight, preparation, his sincerity towards the debate, his respect, collegiality. And I would want to say to you, Senator, that the public has benefited from your contribution because you are one of those individuals who bring the change in the system of government that people want. I am very mindful of being in this place that people in our society are listening to us and they are looking at us, and what we do, what we say, how we act in these chambers matter. And through Madam President, I want to say to Senator Salas that you have acquitted yourself with great distinction. And the mere decision and the way that you have articulated the reasons for your leaving this body demonstrates to us that you are one of the individuals who have, and I am sure will continue to make a serious contribution in public life in this country. So from me personally and from this side of the chamber, we would salute you, we appreciate your contributions, and we wish you all the best in all future endeavors. We know in many spheres of life in Belize, because we're so small, we cross paths again, and I'm sure in some circle I will see you again, and I look forward to that opportunity. Madam President, just getting on the motion, one of the things that Senator Burns indicated to me to mention in these brief remarks is the example that a lot of times victims of domestic violence, and I have seen it in my profession as a legal practitioner, they would report incidents of violence, and for one reason or the other, they go back to that situation. And circumstances mandate that they report the incident or other incidents of violence. And sometimes it has been the complaint that they have been ignored. Because, well, why are you making a complaint when you made a complaint before? And one of the points that I want to contribute to this debate is, I think the resolution is well thought out. The only thing that I want to echo is that there has to be a comprehensive approach in understanding this demon of domestic violence. And that understanding has to be from a victim's perspective. It has to be that we understand the root causes and the experiences that victims of domestic violence go through. And why is it that victims of domestic violence feel trapped? I have oftentimes heard that there is a circle of domestic violence or a cycle. Why is it that that occurs? How can we as policymakers lend support and resources and or voice to making this scourge of domestic violence a thing of the past? One of the things that I want to say, and I've heard it in the chamber mentioned, that government must do this and government must do that. Several times in the debate, I heard it. And one of the things that made me feel personally bad is that after recent incidents, my wife made a statement presentation about the issue of domestic violence. And one of the things that I want to contribute to this conversation or this debate is that more men need to speak out about this. More men need to give their voices to the fact that this is wrong. I've heard it said in other circles and also in this chamber that when you have domestic violence prevention rallies or groups or training or presentation, I've oftentimes attended a few of these, and the dominant membership is always women. The dominant people who speak and advocate on this topic is always women. And I think it must be said by more men in our society that this is not a woman's issue. Domestic violence is not a woman's issue. It is an issue that affects all of us. We may not be directly affected by domestic violence, but as was said in the chamber, every member may have personal experiences, either being a victim of violence or witnessing violence or being a perpetrator of violence or knowing somebody who is a victim of violence. I myself, in my law practice, have seen directly the impact. On the news, you see so many people who have lost their lives as a result of domestic violence. One of the things that I want to celebrate the government for, and I want to give the government my utmost recognition and gratitude for bringing this motion. I heard a senator mention in relation to this possibly being too late or whatever. It is never too late to raise a motion as significant as this. And this should never be something that is far behind in our mind, because no person in our society, no person should live in violence. Senator Herrera mentioned that he has 3 daughters. I myself have a 5-year-old daughter. And how sad it would be that we would have to experience this. But we must recognize that many people in our society live this experience on a daily basis. And the reason that I want to celebrate the government, both in the House and in the Senate, is appreciate the moment. And in life, many good things happen from tragedy. And we are here because of unfortunate incidents. But nonetheless, we're here. And we're here speaking about a very, very important, critical issue. And I have never, in my 43 years of life, see both chambers of the National Assembly, the House and the Senate, speak in unison, individual members standing up and condemning something that all of us know that is wrong in such force and unity. And it is something that we know exists in our society. I know that senators have given their contributions and perspectives as to what needs to be done. I believe that the resolution is perfectly worded, because it is a broad declaration from the highest body in this country, the National Assembly, to say that in unity, men, women come together to condemn in the strongest possible language domestic violence. And that we will give our commitment, and this is the point that I will end on, that it is not for the government alone, though they bear the mandate. It is not for the government alone to implement and give life to this resolution. It is for all of us to own what the government has done. We are senators in this body. We have spheres of influence. We go back to our political parties or social partner entities. We have wide platforms, and I'm mindful of the fact that as we speak this morning, many people in this society are listening to us. And we must be mindful that we have a responsibility to our children and to this society to ensure that we make this resolution come alive. So that for the individual steps that will be taken, for the legislation that is contemplated, for the actions that will be done, it is not the responsibility of the government. It is the responsibility of each and every one of us to ensure that there is some day that we will say that domestic violence is a thing of the past. I would want to lend my support to the government to assist in whatever specific ways that I can to give life to this resolution. There are certain measures that are articulated in there which I think are very good. There is tremendous work that I know of personally that people in this society have been undertaking over many years to research the scourge of domestic violence, to promote legislation in this area. I am familiar with the fact that there has been several updates to the Domestic Violence Act, broadening the types of reliefs and so forth that are available to victims, stressing areas of enforcement. All of that is part of the solution. But the point that I'm making is that it has to be a holistic approach, and all of us are or should be invested in this process. The last thing that I want to say, Madam President, is on this issue of as national leaders. I think it is very, very important, and I want to commend the Speaker of the House and Madam President for the approach in relation to bringing some voice to the standing orders, to the whole structure of this body as it relates to the ethical conduct of public service. And this is perhaps a wider point, but it's related to the issue of domestic violence. And I want to support the efforts of the Speaker and Madam President in relation to those types of changes to ensure that members of this body comport with the highest level of standards. I don't throw any stones because we're in glass and we're not perfect. But I think that this can be another moment where we embrace what it is that needs to be done. That many things have been said about members of these chambers, but the rules of these chambers prevent adequate action to be taken. And I think that if we are speaking about enforcement, we're speaking about ensuring that perpetrators of wrongdoing are held to account. We actually have to look at this body also. And we have to look at how do we ensure that that conversation about the ethical practice of public service resonates to all levels, including and especially in this chamber. So I want to again applaud the government for including in the resolution that there is a call as national leaders that we should take a stand. The only rider that I would say there is that this can also be used as a support to broaden that, to ensure that conduct of members of these chambers are also being reviewed and that there is adequate measures to deal with that effectively in those circumstances. Madam President, in closing, I just want to offer my personal support to the motion, my congratulations to the government, and my call to every member of this society who has some platform or some voice to keep this issue alive for ourselves, for our spouses, for our daughters, for everyone in the community. And I use those words cautiously because I'm mindful of this issue that violence takes many forms. But we have to recognize that a majority of the perpetrators of violence are men, and a majority of the victims of violence are women. And I don't want to step out of context. As a male person in this society, I condemn violence. And I would use my voice and my actions to make sure that it is a thing of the past in our society. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator the Honorable Isabel Bennett.
Good morning, Madam President, morning, colleagues. Much have been said on the domestic violence in Belize Motion 2022. I rise to support same. As a nurse, teaching domestic violence is part of the programs that are provided by the University of Belize. And even though it's taught in the classroom, having to be a community activist now in my office now, even as a senator, it's a lived experience where we always have to be supporting those that are perpetrators as well as those who are victims. But I would like to take a kind of a different angle on this motion for several reasons. Why? Because I keep hearing that it's the government responsibility, as Senator Bradley said. But there are many, many organizations that are out there supporting victims. But there's not much support for perpetrators, and perpetrators can get the help that they need. And this is where collectively, as individuals, we can start examining ourselves, because if the statistics are true, as presented or shared by Senator Perpetrators, then at some point in here, in this humble chambers, and it's frightening, it's alarming, that some one of us can be an abuser or we can be a victim. And so collectively, retrospectively, every single individual have to ask themselves, am I an abuser? Because at any given time, you can go home with levels of work stress, and that can trigger off into your family setting, and you end up having to abuse your wife. And regrettably, instead of having to think otherwise, you end up causing harm, and then that becomes an incident. So we must be able to recognize whether we are treading on that same path, or we can always divert and use other stress relievers. Individually as well, if you are a survivor, it is always said, as I share a sentiment as Senator Burns, share your story. I don't know what it's like to be a victim of domestic violence, but I know what it's like to be a survivor of a road crash. And I can tell my story, and at some point I will. But until then, when you share your story, you are able to strengthen another man or another woman. And I have to emphasize the males here, because the statistics are not indicating, and I've tried to do a bit of research in Caribbean countries, you don't see a lot of males reporting the incidences. There was just one story that was shared with me just this morning, really, where an individual, a male, was assaulted by a female. He had an abrasion with a knife on the face, and this male went to the police station, and the police laughed at him and told him, well, you're a man, you could just go to the hospital. And it's that kind of perception that needs to be changed individually as well as collectively in the different departments. But not just as an abuser, not just as a survivor, but I also look at the perception of the person that say, well, I didn't mind my own business. If your neighbor on the other side of the fence, you hear him or her crying out for help, and you take a stand of that, I didn't mind my own business, it means that you're not involved, that you don't want to assist, or maybe you're afraid to assist. But in those cases, can we really afford not to assist when a life may be threatened? The reality is, when we look at the statistics, it seems like domestic violence is as common or prevalent as diabetes in our country. So how could we not want to assist a child or a man or a woman that is in distress? From an individual perspective, we always hear about the blame game. She hit him first, so he hit him back. Or we also hear, well, that she gonna choose him, and now you have to take what you get. The blame game doesn't help any at all. As a matter of fact, you're just adding to the shame and the the abuse and the abusive situation that the individual is in. And you actually continue to ostracize the person when you participate in the blame game situation. If you're that individual who is willing and ready to assist somebody that is a victim or a perpetrator, please note that it takes a lot of emotional support. Any issue, even national issue of the Mayans' lands right now, it takes a lot of emotional issue to be involved, to be able to be unbiased, and to be able to give the assistance that is needed. And so if you're going to be available to try to assist, please ensure that you have support as well. Just don't leap into a situation and then you get entangled up and you don't establish your own personal boundaries. It requires boundaries, and I can say that as a professional. You need to have your own professional boundaries so that you can assist effectively those who are requesting help. So on an individual basis, I was listening to the House of Representatives, and I echo what Minister Musa had said. Let us collectively in our homes sit down with our children, give them that eye-to-eye communication, that heart-to-heart communication, and let them understand the dynamics of what and how negative the impact of domestic violence can be. Madam President, if we are able to train our children and enculturate them in a mindset of support or how to deal with stress, it can definitely try to at least minimize, maybe not eliminate, but minimize the impact of domestic violence as they grow up to be responsible adults as well. From my standpoint, I also look at a media perspective, because the media have a large responsibility on how domestic violence is framed. In preparing for this presentation, I've learned so much of what the media can do and shouldn't be doing in how it actually frames domestic violence, because I always say, and I can be wrong, that the media sometimes is the informal government, because they are the ones that put out information, and what is placed out there can definitely identify me as a victim, and the whole neighborhood knows, and then all the negative thoughts, all the blame games, and everything starts happening, and then I am re-victimized because of the fact that the media houses are not responsible enough to report on domestic violence. And so there are many guidelines that are available. The Global Protection Cluster for 2014 stands very well. Right now, there are many, many countries that are using that particular guideline, and I would encourage any media house to try to be responsible in reporting domestic violence. As it relates to the non-governmental organizations, there are many. And even though they exist to support survivors, I still hear a loud cry for organization to be established to support perpetrators. And not just give support, but from a scientific perspective, because what happens is that a lot of times the male or the female comes in, they share their story, and then there's one or two follow-up, and that's it, and then the cycle happens again. But if we take an approach from a scientific perspective, really and truly get into, I believe is what Senator Bradley said, get into the research. What are the root causes of domestic violence in the different homes? That can give us more informed policies that will change the dynamics of what we're experiencing today. And of course, we would have laddered it inside and out simply because of COVID. I may want to say that this should have happened maybe 2 years ago when COVID surfaced, because we know that COVID exaggerated all aspects of our lives. But I will agree again too with Senator Bradley that it is at this time, right now, the perfect timing. So the NGOs, there are many things that we can do to look at research and look at the effective intervention that will be both beneficial for the survivor as well as the perpetrator that can get and needs the help. Oftentimes they go quiet as well because they don't know how to cope, how to deal with the stressors in their lives, so they too need help. I'm not going to emphasize on the male perspective. I would have mentioned that before in a roundabout way. However, once we are able to put in programs, interventions, or whatever policies, it should be across gender, definitely to support both males and females. And so to those who are experiencing domestic violence right now, I would like to share with you to say, whether you're a man or a woman, domestic violence may happen to you, but you should never let it define you. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Honorable Elena Smith.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to make a few comments on the motion before us, the Domestic Violence in Belize Motion 2022. With your permission, Madam President, may I just take a few minutes to acknowledge my colleague. I know it came as a shock to all of us this morning, and so I don't think we were prepared to hear such news today, but you know, such is life, and all of us, you know, won't be here forever. And so I want to acknowledge the work of Senator Salas, as well to acknowledge the partnership that we as social partner senators have created, you know, over the last few years, and to our colleagues who just joined us. I was the eldest of the four, and he was my second. Now he's leaving me, so now I remain still the eldest in terms of us being here. No, so Senator Salas, know that you've done well, and that we are proud of the work that you have done along with us, and your commitment to ensuring that we do better as social partner senators for our country, for our people. And so I wish you all the best as you endeavor now in this new venture. And I trust that as you do that work, that you will continue to work and make decisions based on principles and morals, you know, so that the best can happen for all of us. So all the best, Senator Salas. Madam President, this motion before us, I'm sure we'll understand, is quite a sensitive one. It is one that I am sure all of us can share some kind of an experience, whether from a family member, a friend, a co-worker, you know, that we would have heard about. For me, it resonates a little deeper because of the profession I come from, but also because we have gotten statistics, information that has shown that teachers are one of the most abused group of persons within the society. And that came as a shock to us when we did that workshop and we got that information. Teachers and medical professionals were the top group of women being abused. And so for us, as a union, we took that as a reason for us to try and do what we can to support our teachers. And I would just like to share with you all, you know, a case that we are aware of, and there are several, as my colleague Senator Burns spoke of earlier. But we have this teacher who has been the face, if you will, for us as teachers, and we have had her present to our members and present, you know, at our gatherings about her experience, what she went through. She was seriously beaten by her spouse, and she was left for dead. And it wasn't, you know, her family, they were all looking for her, and they thought that she was somewhere else, when in fact she was locked up in the home, and the family was told that she was somewhere else. And so while they were looking for her far away from home, she was actually at home, you know, losing life. And thank God she was found and she was helped. That teacher suffered tremendously. She had so many broken parts, it wasn't funny. It took her years to be able to recover. And her children suffered a lot because they witnessed all of that. To this day, when she shares with us, you can see that that hurt is still there, that trauma is still there, that fear is still there. Because for many years, despite getting out of it, there was the fear that this person can always come back and hurt me again. And sometimes we don't recognize or we don't realize how these actions affect our children. Us as teachers, we have to have these children with us on a daily basis. We hear their stories. And especially the little ones are so innocent. They come and they tell you things that they would not understand, that these may be things that, that their parents wouldn't want for them to be sharing, but innocently they share with us as teachers. And so we get all of what is happening in the homes. So it affects the person who has been abused. It affects the children. But for those of us, as Senator Bennett said earlier, those of us who work with these persons are also affected. And so it's a cycle. And so if my parent is abused, as a child, I may go through the same thing because I may see that as it's okay. My mother went through it or my father went through it. They stuck through, so I can do the same. We keep on hearing comments such as, well, if you not beat you, I love you. And we take these things as being truthful and as being the norm. When in fact we should be educating our people, educating our young ones so that they understand that is not what love means. Unfortunately, it's something very difficult to do. When we look at what we are resolving here, and it says we denounce and condemn domestic violence in all its forms. However, we have been focusing a lot on physical, persons who are beaten, and we hear about the hammer and the whatever else. But we don't focus enough on the other kinds of abuses. And so the emotional, what happens to these persons, and the psychological and the sexual and all of that, we seem to be focusing much more on the physical abuse. But we ought to understand that the other types of abuse are just as bad or sometimes even worse than these other ones. Imagine emotionally, going through this on a daily basis, what that does to you. I may be beaten and my broken arm may fix. But every day I have to be hearing these negative things from you. That may take, and I'm saying may because it depends on the person, that may take a bigger toll on you. And it brings me back, Madam President, to my childhood days. And I was the kind of child where I always preferred for my grandmother to whip me than for her to scold me. Because every time I sat and I thought about that, that just came back and I had to relive all of that scolding over. But if she gave me a whipping, by the time I turned around, I forgot about it, I was playing again. And that is true for some people. And while we may not understand that kind of thinking, it has a deeper effect on them. And so we have to also look at these other forms of abuse as well, and we have to address them. Now, we are saying that we support the call for additional resources to further strengthen the interventions, safeguards, and public awareness required to effectively address domestic violence in Belize. I believe one of the things that we need to look at is how the persons either at the police or maybe at the domestic violence unit, how they operate or how they treat persons when they go in to make these reports. We have always heard, and I can tell you from experience of family members that persons go and make these reports. My husband, my boyfriend, my whatever did so and so and so, and so I want to make a report. And by the time you leave that station to give your report, your abuser would have been informed that you were here. And so before you could even move out to get a call, so you went to report me. And so a lot of times these are the kinds of things that discourage our women from going in to make reports, because the system, the same system that should be supporting and assisting them, is the same system that is putting them further into danger. And so we really and truly have to pay attention to these units or these persons who are the first, if you want to call them first responders to these matters, how they address them and how they use confidentiality. Another area that we have to look at is the way in which our society seems to have become so insensitive to these kinds of matters. And I don't know if social media has brought about this matter that we can see it now, if it was always there but we are just now seeing it because of social media, or is it because social media has made us where we want to always be commenting and we want to always be showing that we are so brave and bold, that instead of trying to understand victims and what they go through, we ridicule them. And we use these platforms to bully people. If I have been a victim of abuse, how can I get over that? How can I seek support? How can I get out? If persons continue to re-victimize me, to bully me, it doesn't help. And so education, as was said before, is critical if it is that we want for persons to understand what domestic violence is, how it affects people, and how we all have a part to play in ensuring that we lower the rate of domestic violence. The matter of protection for victims is another key area. Because again, if I know that I am being abused and I go and I report and there's not enough support for me, that I can be targeted easily, or by the time I get home, I have nowhere else to go, I have to go back to that environment, then I will remain there because that is all I can do. I can do no better for my children or for myself at that point in time. And I have to then maybe stay in that situation for a bit longer until I can get out of it. And so support is definitely, there needs to be more support. And I know that more support will come with, of course, finance. And when we will hear about supplementary appropriation and we will see these things, sometimes we are not too happy with it. But if we understand and we can see what exactly is being done with these funds, then of course there can be support, because we know that this is an area that needs support. Another thing, Madam President, that I think we have seen is disrespect for women. And we have seen that disrespect for women shown at the highest level. I am sure we can recall in the house where our women were being disrespected by their colleagues in the house. And so if it is that we, as leaders, as national leaders, cannot show respect for the women who we work with, how do we expect that we will get others to work with us to do similar? And so we need to ensure that the portion that speaks to all national leaders take a zero-tolerance position with regard to domestic violence. We must ensure that this is not done just by our presentations today, But it has to come, it must be demonstrated in action. The way we behave, what we say to others, how we treat others. We must be the ones to show the example that we will not tolerate this. And if it means, Madam President, if it means when we say that we will have a zero tolerance, what do we mean by zero and how far are we willing to go? Does that mean that if you have a history of abuse, you cannot sit in this house, in this chamber? Those are serious questions that we must consider, but they are important. And as my colleague said before, we do not want to look at this matter in a political light, but we ought to look at it for the fact that it is causing havoc in our society, and we must make a difference, we must make a change. And so I want to urge all of us to remember, there's a song that we sing when we go to church, whatsoever you do to the least of my brothers, that you do unto me. And if we sit here and we cannot do good by our women and men who are being abused, then this will be saying a lot to us. And so, Madam President, I fully support this motion. And again, I want to ask that we show our support, not just today in words, but by our actions going forward. I thank you.
I wish to recognize Senator Salas. I wish to recognize Leader of Government Business.
In accordance with Standing Order 10.8, I move that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour though opposed.
Honorable members, the question is that the proceedings on the order paper be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour. Though opposed, all those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. Think the ayes have it.
Thank you, Madam President. Mr. President. I rise, Mr. President, to give my full support to the Domestic Violence in Belize motion 2022. I agree with everything that has been said, and as you know, most of the speakers have said earlier, domestic violence is a scourge in our society. And I should say the broader umbrella of gender-based violence is a scourge in our society. Domestic violence is one form of gender-based violence. And what I would like to urge everyone is for us to start to talk more about gender-based violence. We have a Domestic Violence Act, so I can understand why the motion is entitled Domestic Violence in Belize motion, but there is, each and every one of us here, I am pretty sure, Mr. President, have either witnessed, heard of, been victims of, and some may have even been perpetrators of domestic violence or the broader umbrella of gender-based violence. So we must condemn domestic violence in the strongest possible terms. Now, this motion is a tremendous step in the right direction. I want to refer to the definition of domestic violence in the Domestic Violence Act to show in a few how this motion is a great step forward. In the Domestic Violence Act, domestic violence is defined as or constitutes physical, sexual, emotional, psychological, or financial abuse committed by a person against a spouse, child, de facto spouse, or any other person who is a member of the household of the applicant or the respondent. Now, the preamble of this motion, in the first sections here of this motion, I see the definition is being expanded to include intimate partner violence, and the most vulnerable populations are not just girls and women, but older adults as well. There's a lot of that happening. Domestic violence as it pertains to older adults. And why am I saying this is a step in the right direction? I'm saying that, Mr. President and colleagues, because we need to cast a wider net. We should be condemning gender-based violence in all its forms. As I suggested earlier, domestic gender-based violence includes domestic violence, intimate partner violence, violence against women and girls, violence against older people, but it also includes violence against LGBTI people, sexual violence, indirect or structural violence. What is that? Indirect or structural violence. This one refers to the ways in which social structures or social institutions may cause harm to individuals or disadvantage them. So that reminds me, continue the discussion on the Equal Opportunities Bill. That discussion needs to continue. Before general elections, there was a lot of effort was put into that. I got a good sense that the leadership of both political parties were in principle very supportive of that, but it was just before general elections. And I think none of the mass parties would have wanted to go ahead with it at that time because of some major concerns in certain sectors of society. But this motion is a tremendous step in the right direction. So, your colleagues, Mr. President, we should therefore be talking about and railing against gender-based violence. And that gender-based violence refers to harmful acts directed at an individual based on their gender. It's rooted in gender inequality, the abuse of power, and harmful norms. These last words are from the UNHCR. In the motion, Mr. President, I see reference to a progressive women's agenda. While I understand where that is coming from, Mr. President, I would like to suggest that we should be talking about what had been the focus on the previous administration of a gender-based violence plan of action. We even had 2 NGO representatives in the committee that was serving to advance that plan of action. So yes, we should be continuing this plan of action and securing resources to support the implementation of a gender-based violence plan of action. Another point I wanted to raise in relation to the motion has to do with the section that speaks to measures. That a progressive women's agenda aims to strengthen and expand measures to ensure the safety and security of women and children by, inter alia, holding a zero-tolerance position on violence against women, etc., etc. There's reference to women and children throughout that. Now, from what some other speakers have said, maybe in the spirit of casting a wider net, we should be talking about victims or survivors of abuse. And they're not only women and children. They're older people, LGBTI people, etc., etc. There's also reference to legislative review, and I think in the spirit of not only talking the talk, but walking the walk, we should commit to strengthening legislation, as some of my colleagues have said. And we should also set a time frame within which we should get this done. If we do not do that, and if we let too much time pass, then this could just be another case of talking the talk. And we don't want that for everything that has been said. The point that speaks to zero tolerance, that as national leaders we must take a zero tolerance position with regard to domestic violence. Rather than just taking such a zero tolerance position, I want to echo the statements from my colleagues, Senator Bradley, Senator Smith, and others, where we, in the spirit of walking the walk, we should, and I think your suggestion, Senator Bradley, was to see how we could amend the standing orders to ensure that there's teeth, that if any member of parliament, not only in the Senate, also in the House of Representatives, has an ethical misconduct, in particular as it pertains, we're talking about this domestic violence, that we show what zero tolerance means. And that individual must vacate his or her seat if that individual has been involved as a perpetrator of domestic violence. And that also goes for other positions of authority, not only in Parliament, but in other positions of authority. So what is needed? What is needed to ensure that we advance on attacking this scourge of domestic violence or gender-based violence? As some of my colleagues have said before me, we need public awareness and education. We need to start at the schools. We need to show our children what are considered unacceptable actions. What are acceptable actions and what are unacceptable actions? Because many of our children see things on a daily basis. And as some colleagues have said before me, some may have the mistaken or skewed impression that some of these, what are should be unacceptable actions, may be acceptable. And that is wrong. We also need not only increased resources, but a directory of what are resources available that could help and go a long way towards prevention of domestic violence, early detection, and resolution of gender-based violence and domestic violence cases. Training is a third one I would like to mention. Training for first responders, and in particular for the police as well. I congratulate Senator Burns for your courage, your bravery to share some of your story. That took a lot of guts, Senator Burns, and I know, I know several relatives and other families that have had their own stories. I have indirectly experienced some myself, which is related to my suggestion about training for the police department in situations like this. A few years ago, I personally picked up an acquaintance, I keep it vague, an acquaintance, and took her to the police station to lodge a report, a domestic violence incident. And what happened next shocked me to my foundations. This acquaintance came out from the station, very, very shaken up, doubly shaken up, because as she was giving her statement, the police officer was trying to hit on her. Can you imagine? I immediately picked up the phone and called a fellow Orange-Wakenyo who at the time was assistant or deputy commissioner of police, and reported that immediately. But in my mind I said, what if this woman did not have someone to support her or to advocate for her? Just last week, to show you that this is more than just women and girls, just last week, and I sit on the board of the Orange Walk Youth Home of Hope, which is a facility, a transitional boys facility, and we were visited by the Honorable Minister Dolores Balamos Garcia. She was on a tour, and I had the opportunity there and then to report to her and one of the the officers of that ministry, about a matter that had been shared with me just a few hours before. This is in the village of Yo Creek. There's this mother who every now and again keeps her son chained in her own mind so that he wouldn't get in trouble or cause trouble. Chained. This is a situation that I understand had been reported and no actions were made. So I personally informed the minister and officers that were with her, and they promised that they would act on it immediately. Those are horrendous situations, right? Neighbors aware and reporting, a neighbor willing to take in the boy so that the boy would be in a safer place. And none other than the National Women's Commission has referred to this challenge, where they state on their website that incident reporting is a critical component of eliminating gender-based violence, but often victims and advocates are met with unfair treatment when reporting. This is fact. And as some colleagues have said before me, this is one of the reasons why some choose not to report, because they feel it will go nowhere. The support structures are not there. Some of our NGOs like Haven House are, and thank goodness for them, are there as a haven, as the name suggests, for battered women. But there are many others that suffer from this scourge. So we need to put more resources. I think Senator Bennett referred to that. Focus on the treatment of perpetrators as well, and I fully subscribe and support some of the comments that have been said. Counseling, therapy is an approach, but it could very well be that some of these perpetrators or potential perpetrators, if they should be able to access facilities like anger management workshops or sessions, because sometimes it is about not being able to managing your anger. No excuse once the abuse has been perpetrated. No excuse, and the victim must always be given the benefit of the doubt and the full support that is needed. But if we are to crack that thick shell, we must also recognize that some of these perpetrators are sick individuals, sick, and they need help. Throwing them in prison alone, if it gets to that point, doesn't solve the problem. How the situations of domestic abuse when reported are handled in the courts is a whole other matter. But thank goodness that just a few years ago there were amendments made to ensure that the victim doesn't necessarily have to face the accuser there in person. There are other means now, and that's a tremendous development. So, to conclude, Mr. President, yes, gender-based violence, domestic violence, which forms a part of gender-based violence, is a scourge in our society. We must condemn it in all its forms. And for that reason, Mr. President, I fully support this motion, and speaking on behalf of the NGO community, we are here to support putting things in place as best we are able. Thank you, Mr. President.
I recognize Senator Erica Jang.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to support the Domestic Violence Motion 2022. This is a crime and a violation of human rights that is currently keeping a dark cloud over our society. And it continues to affect individuals, it affects families, it affects people in their workspace, it affects people all over this country and at large the world. We here in this honorable house are aware of the many instances that we have seen through social media, whereby people become victims of domestic violence, and they are actually looked at as the individuals who cause harm upon themselves instead of looking at the perpetrator. This occurs daily, and I can never forget as I bring to light a story of a friend that got pregnant at the age of 15 in third form. We were both students of my alma mater, and by the age of 20, she had 5 children. Now, the worst of all, she ended up with this man that had a business, and of course, because he was a person that had business and had to be up and down, he also had the possession, or he had a firearm. Now, there was one day she came to me and she spoke and she said she was having problems at home, and I asked her to identify her problem. I was only about 20 years old then. And that was the first time I had a light and I saw how domestic violence affected individuals in their homes. I became a nurse, whereby I had to use my alcohol and my peroxide to mend bruises that she had. I became a counselor, trying to guide her in the right direction. However, it was to no avail. I became an aunt and also advisor and a babysitter to her children, because there were times she had to run away, but there was no way to put the children, and I had to keep them. All these things that I went through with my friend allowed me to look at domestic violence as an act that is done in a way to create harm physically, mentally, and emotionally, especially on children. It affects them to a great deal that if someone shouts in the house, the children jumps. The simple holding the door and opening the door to hear that door creak, the children are scared. Sometimes my friend develops split personalities because she does not know how to react in different situations. Now, I was her support. And I look at what Senator Perpetrators said, that it is important that if somebody will be given support, that individual must also be protected as well. And I believe that these are the reasons why people find it difficult to report what they see. People find it difficult to report what they know. People even find difficult to report what they are experiencing. It is important that we make sure that our perpetrators get the assistance they need as well. Counseling must be provided for them. And of course, under the leadership of this government, we will ensure that these things will be done. We will make sure that in the experience for all involved, we will make sure that we change the experience, for all involved, because this government holds a zero-tolerance position of violence against women. And we will strengthen and expand measures to ensure the safety and security of women and children. I would like to also thank Power. They are actually a group from my little Dangriga that makes sure that they educate women whenever they fall victim of domestic violence. They also make sure that that support is given to them. For that, Madam President, I fully support this motion.
Madam President, I'd like to wind up the debate on this critically important motion. Madam President, I start by thanking all members of this Honorable Senate for their unanimous support for the motion. I thank all members for their useful contribution, suggestions, ideas, and indeed specifically thank Senator Bengoshe, Senator Bradley for their personal offers to participate in the actions that will be required in order to fulfill the objectives of the resolution, the motion, sorry. But Madam President, I do have to express my disappointment when Senator Perpetrators seeks to take some sort of praise and to shower himself in glory about him speaking first and the government being slow to speak. That is not true. And it's not helpful when we're discussing a matter as critically important and non-political as this. The fact of the matter is that Senator Perpetrators was in the middle of a political firestorm and attempting to save his party. He was not moved to speak out of genuine concern for anyone. He was moved to speak for political reasons. When the Honorable Dolores Balaramos Garcia spoke, she was measured, she was informed, she was nationalistic, and above all, her presentation was powerful, calling for action. That is the type of presentation that was required, and it was said at the right time. She was not seeking to make any political points. So I simply say, let us not turn this into any type of political spectacle. The question was posed, why now? And the answer, first of all, comes from Senator Bradley. It's never too late. But we should not shy away from the why. What this nation witnessed is exactly what every senator who has spoken today has condemned and criticized. We saw with concern a victim going to the police station to make a statement. And the same criticism, is that the right place? Was she protected? How did she feel? Was it necessary for her to be accompanied by a lawyer? But the deeper complaint, we all saw persons being allowed to go into the police station to pressure her and to interfere with the process. That is what we witnessed. We witness, Madam President, a withdrawal which happens far too often. Senators have identified reasons why mostly women find it necessary or are forced to withdraw. Lack of support. Senator Burns highlighted it. Senator Smith pointed out the entire lack of not only financial support, but other type of support that people go through and suffer and don't have, and so have to find themselves going right back to the venue where they know what is going to happen. We listen carefully to the examples given by Senator Jang. But yet, a professional, a self-accomplished woman, because of the circumstances swirling around her and the pressures, ended up withdrawing. The statement that was given has been broadcast widely on social media. And we must, as a country, ask ourselves, how is it that our system allows those circumstances to go unpunished? The ideas floated by Senator Perpetrators in terms of not allowing a withdrawal to take place in those circumstances requires serious consideration. Why are we here? We witness unprecedented victim shaming, re-victimization. Once again, once too often. The flip side of the coin was on display as well. The perpetrator with his co-conspirators seeking to absolve him. Played out for all to see, going on national television and revealing the personal plight of the victim. That concatenation of events, Madam President and Senators, called for us to pause as the legislature, as a government, as a people, and say, if the most powerful and privileged in our society is allowed to escape in circumstances such as this, if a professional woman is forced to undergo the trauma that she must have experienced, the pain that she must have experienced, if she must undergo the vilification and shame and victim shaming and re-victimization, and nothing happens, we are all worse for it. And so under the leadership of the Honorable Dolores Balaramos Garcia, the government decided that it was an opportune time to shine a light on this cancer that is on this body politic that we call Belize. That is why we are here. And the fact of the matter is that the motion calls for specific action. And I want to again repeat my thanks on behalf of the government for those who have offered support and ideas, but most above all, that it's a time for action. It's not about looking at this one or looking at that one, pointing fingers. It is a time for action. And so I close, Madam President, by testing the sincerity of those who spoke. Because the Belize Constitution in Section 121 speaks to this. Let us test the sincerity of the apologists. Let us test the sincerity of those who said, I am sorry. Section 121 says, a member of the National Assembly shall conduct themselves in such a way as not to demean their office or position, or to allow their integrity to be called into question. What is the honorable member in the other house going to do? We call for action. We will wait to see what the honorable member is going to do. He has already achieved a withdrawal of criminal prosecution. It is not enough, Madam President.
Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for second reading.
I recognize the leader of government business.
Madam President, I rise to move a second reading of a bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending the 31st day of March, 2022. Madam President, my brief remarks on this uncontroversial supplementary appropriation bill. We are here, Madam President, because Section 114 and 115, 16, 17 of the Constitution speaks to the way public finances are to be dealt with. All monies are raised by Belize to be paid into the Consolidated Revenue Fund. And no money should be paid out unless authorized by the National Assembly. And so this government has, by sworn oath to obey the Constitution, has brought 3 supplementaries in 1 year in order to ensure that prior to spending public money, that the approval of the National Assembly is sought and obtained. We will hear those who violated the Constitution speak in a short while. We on this side are not ashamed of coming here on every occasion to comply with the law. The lawbreakers, we will hear them shortly. In anticipation of the grandstanding, I want, Madam President, to explain for the benefit of those who wish to perpetrate mischief the main items in the supplementary. The first one, Madam President, under head 19.121, medical supplies, 15.5 million, addresses the purchasing of drugs for the public service. It's stated right there, materials and supplies, pharmaceuticals and consumables. And before mischief makers take to the floor, let me make it abundantly clear. There are a number of amounts stated under the subhead contracts and consultancy. No appropriation is being made for any consultancy. All of these under the Ministry of Health, we are told, are for contracts for the provision of goods and services, not consultancies. It is styled contract and consultancy simply because that is the heading that is given to that subhead. The 1.583 million under the Ministry of Education, Culture, Science, and Technology is self-explanatory. It is for scholarships. 1.8 million was appropriated and an additional 1.5 million is being sought in order to educate Belizeans. We will see if the persons who have broken the law will support this or they are against providing scholarships. For the police department, we have settled under each subhead and each district where the police station exists, the materials and supplies and the amount that is being further appropriated under each subhead. It comes up to $1.5 million approximately, and in addition to that, there is the 1.5 million for the new Colby contract. I repeat, Madam President, all of these are settled as maintenance costs. There, as you can see, they are very small figures, 12,000, 15,000, 6,000, 8,000. But in light of our commitment to depart from the wrongdoing of the past, we have settled in detail each one of these appropriations so that you can see where these amounts are going. We're going to see in a short while whether those who break the law will oppose money being given to the rehabilitation of police stations. We will see whether they oppose monies being provided for the operations, the daily operations of the Belize Police Department. A matter which we will have to come back to during the budget debate, Madam President and speakers, the whole question of crime and the fight against crime in the country. The National Defense and Border Security Ministry gets a 1.754 million additional for foodstuff and fuel for the Belize Defense Force and the Coast Guard. Let us be clear. The Belize Defense Force is called upon more and more to support other law enforcement agencies beyond their usual remit of defending our borders and territorial integrity. They have been called upon to provide increased support and services. As a result, we are seeking an appropriation of an additional 1.754 million. And therefore, under the recurrent budget, Madam President, there is an additional 33 million, all spelled out in consummate detail as never before under 13 years of the other side's administration. Turning to CAP 2, the biggest under CAP 2, Madam President, is under the Ministry of Finance. 2.575 million, which is the first payment under the blue bonds, which was praised unanimously by everyone in here. Some people, of course, seeking to shower themselves in praise and claiming to be the architects and engineers of the blue bond, but they couldn't conclude it. We did. I just remind honorable senators that 40% of this 2.5 million comes back to Belize for us to use in the protection of the marine environment. 20 million is to capitalize the central bank, and a complete explanation has been given in the House below. Madam President, colleagues, senators, the position is very simple. On the advice of the experts, having regard to what has happened in the financial sector as a result of COVID and its effect on the ability of Belizean persons and businesses to pay, there has been a significant increase in non-performing loans. There is no belief that at the moment any financial institution is at risk of failure. There is no belief that any financial institution is at risk of failure. But the economists at the central bank have advised the government that it is better to capitalize the central bank in the event the unlikely event that they have to act as bankers in support of a rescue situation. And they have asked for 20 million, and we decided to capitalize the central bank in that regard. 1 million on the Ministry of Human Development for the grocery bag. We will see who is going to oppose that. 1.48 million for rehabilitation of the Philip Golson Highway, which all of us are aware, a significant section of it has fallen into the Belize River and has had to be repaired. Those repairs are still ongoing. A total of 29.9 million under Cap 2 is being appropriated. Finally, under Cap 3, Madam President, I would just draw the attention of the Senate to the Hullover Bridge Replacement Project, 3.119 million that is being provided in addition as that work is moving ahead very swiftly. This, of course, Cap 3 is foreign funding. So, in closing, Madam President, we are under an obligation of the Constitution and the Finance and Audit Reform Act to seek the approval of the National Assembly in order to spend money that has not been budgeted. Consistent with the practice established by the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, we have come with the third supplementary, obviously the final one for this year, in order to comply with the law. We do so without shame. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Honorable Michael Perphy.
Madam President, I would have, but you sounded desperate for us not. You sounded desperate for us not to say something which makes me know that something is wrong, sir. Something is wrong. It was a nice attempt, though, Madam President, by Senator Courtney to try and victim shame us so we don't respond to this budget. And you will hear this, and you will hear that, and you will hear that. That will not move us one bit. And I think it will make us come even harder. Madam President, he talks about those on this side who break the law. They are the only ones who went to the Supreme Court and admitted that they broke the law. So don't tell us about us breaking the law. Or if we have broken the law, then take us to court, like I did with you. But in terms of breaking the law, Madam President, when it was put to the Minister of Infrastructure about the breaking of the law as it relates to the Constitution and the Finance and Audit Act, which is what Senator Courtney is referring to, this was the response of the Minister of Infrastructure Development and Housing, who was a champion of this very process that we're going through right now in terms of budgeting for the national expenditure of the country. And this is what he said when it was put to him that the government broke the law. He said, when I'm in the opposition, this is the Honorable Julius Espat, the member for Kayo South. When I'm in the opposition, I have free rein to say and do what I feel. When I am in government, my role changes and I will stand for the same things, but I just can't express it the way you would like me to do it because I am held by a collective agreement in the cabinet. If I go against that, then I have to resign. And I don't think the people of Kayo South want me to resign at this point. So here's a man saying that I would have said some things if I were in opposition, but now that I'm in cabinet. And we are doing the same thing that we accused the previous government of doing. I can't say anything. Because I want to stay and enjoy the largesse of being a cabinet minister. And you talk about us breaking the law? You break the law and your minister says, so what? Be damned? I don't care. So what? What do I have to say about our government admitting that we broke the law? Well, that's what I said when I was in opposition. I'm in government now. Big deal. I don't care. Because it's okay. Because I want to be in cabinet. That's the message sent by your government. Truly. Truly. And you talk about arrogance. Arrogant enough to say, we broke it. And so what? What do you want to do? So don't talk about breaking the law. And nothing he said in his preamble to try and disarm us before we say anything in here can change the fact, Madam President, that we were here in October for a supplementary budget. We were here in December for a supplementary budget. And now we're here in February for a supplementary budget, asking the people for $70 million. And you could dance around it and try to preempt with an explanation that should have been saved for winding up the debate and response and everything. But listen, the numbers don't lie. And the intent of the government cannot be hidden. When you look, Madam President, general administration, personal emoluments for the DPP's office, $167,000. For what? You didn't know that? You didn't know that in December? And if they want to come with scratch record, Madam President, well, then the music off of scratch. Because if you show no creativity and no new ways of growing the economy like the current Prime Minister criticized the previous government for not doing, well, then you're going to hear the same things as well. You have personal emoluments. You can't give people their 10% back. You can't give people their pay, but you can hire more people. Ministry of Finance, General Administration. Well, you talk about explanation in great detail. $200,000 for general administration of the Ministry of Finance. Central Information Technology is at the 365, $1,431,733. When you already have budgeted for it, $4,466,181. What do you need an additional $1 million for? $1.6 million for? Medical supplies, $15 million. Hustle. And I'll tell you why. What are you doing? They're giving it away in the rest of the world. They're giving it away. Why can't we source our friends of Belize that you all supposedly have, to donate some of these medical supplies that for most of the first world countries, so-called first world countries who don't treat COVID as seriously as some of us, they're giving the medication away. What you're charging for, $100 for Belizeans to leave Mexico and come into Belize, the same test costs $3 US in Chatham Mall. $3 US. But yet you sell it here for $100. Who is getting the contract to provide this pharmaceutical? How much are they buying it for? And how much are they selling it for to the government? That is what you need to tell the people. When you're talking about us breaking the law, you think that because you bring it procedurally correct in the National Assembly, that means the contents of it doesn't matter? You must be out of your mind. And indeed, contracts and consultancy, because you mentioned that, we'll breeze over that, you know. I'm not talking about it's not consultancy. If it's not consultancy, then why do you say consultancy? $7.3 million. That has nothing to do with the other $15 million just for medical supplies, you know. Materials and supplies, 15 million. Contracts and consultancy, 7.377 million. You need a consultancy to buy medical supplies? And why does it cost you $7 million to get into a contract to purchase $15 million worth of medical and supplies? Well, you think people won't read these things? Huh? Think people won't read it? General administration from the Ministry of Health, and you're talking about $26,000 for contracts and consultancy for CAIO, $98,000 for contracts and consultancy for Orange Walk, contracts and consultancy. Corozal, this is how you spread the money and hustle the money. Just call it contracts and consultancies. In every district, Madam President, when you look at the supplemental for about 2-3 pages, nothing but contracts and consultancies, because it's hard to trace it. When you deal with consultancies, it's hard for you to produce something concrete. So it's the easiest way. It is the easiest way for corruption and kickbacks, for which your Minister of Infrastructure said, I can't say nothing about it. No, I'm in a cabinet, no. General admission, explain this one to me though. Operating costs for foreign affairs, $250,000. What's that for? What's that for? And didn't you know you would have that from a long time? Ministry of Agriculture, Food Security. And let me show you something, Madam President. Maintenance cost was $36,000. Now it's $34,000 they're asking for. Just under 100% of the total amount that you've gotten since March from last year. That's what you're asking for 1 more month. So how could you have spent $36,000 from March last year till February this year, and for 1 more month you want $34,000? For what? Traffic enforcement. You need $18,000 for travel and subsistence for traffic enforcement. Madam President, that's not the most alarming thing, you know. The most alarming thing is that what you've budgeted for this year already for that is $10,074. So you're asking for 1 more month left in the financial year for almost twice what you've budgeted for that one line item. Somebody is not managing the affairs of their departments and their ministries. That don't make no sense. Then Senator Courtney quickly jumped because he knew I would mention this. 2-3 pages of police, materials and supplies, 41,000. Police administration, Orange Walk, materials and supplies. Loan materials and supplies. Loan materials and supplies. You didn't know you would need these? You didn't know you would need these? You didn't know in December that you would need these now? So why didn't you budget for it in December? It gives the impression, or not impression, it lets the people know that you have one last hustle before the next budget is ready. Which materials and which supplies? When the police department is saying that you're not getting any materials and supplies. They're not getting any. Nothing. Not from this government. They've got nothing. No supplies and no materials. So what are you talking about? What kind of materials are you talking about that you couldn't budget for earlier? No, we don't get to the best one yet, Madam President. We don't get to the good one yet. Yeah, turn pages, Madam President, because I loan materials and supplies to police all over the place. All of a sudden, they love police. Madam President, Ministry of Public Service, Constitutional and Political Reform. For general administration, this government budgeted no money for this year for general administration. We don't know that. Well, that's, Madam President. What's general administration? General administration, they budgeted $0 for. So from March of last year, 2021, till February of this year, they needed no money for general administration. But somehow, for one more month, they need $159,000 for general administration. What? How come general administration expenses all of a sudden is needed? For the Prime Minister, Office of the Prime Minister, upgrade of the office building, $250,000. I could have sworn one was left for you all to occupy. $250,000? Is this the one at the Serenity Kane building or the one in Belize City? Or is this the one by, which office building needs $250,000 worth of repairs? $250,000? When price of gas going up, you can't give people a raise, you can't give people an increment, you can't give people a 10%. You're telling the people that we can't give you anything. We can't even implement a $5 minimum wage, but the Prime Minister's office needs repairs in the amount of $250,000. And then, purchase of furniture and equipment for the office of the Prime Minister. $10,000 was already budgeted for, Madam President. $10,000. Since March of last year to February of this year, they used $10,000 to provide office furniture and equipment for the Prime Minister. You know how much they want for one more month? For one more month, they're asking for $45,928. You need $45,000 for furniture, and you call a commission of inquiry and try to implicate me for 2 years? Whereby? Oh no.
Senators,
I will gladly take it back. I will gladly take it back.
Senators, I remind you of Standing Order 40B. You ought to maintain silence while another senator is speaking.
I really appreciate
you
it,
may
Madam
proceed,
President, but just know that I welcome
Michael
it.
Purvey.
Let it be, Madam President. $45,000? $45,000 for furniture for the Prime Minister's office? What kind of furniture you need, sir? Huh? Carter's or Porsche not providing furniture. $45,000. They're what? Gucci? Louis Vuitton? Bottega? What are they? $45,000? Madam President, purchase of vehicles. $750,000 they have spent already for the year. Budgeted for $750,000. They come back one month before a new budget is to be read. After spending $750,000 worth of vehicles, they're asking now for $733,000 worth of vehicles now. Taking us to just under $1.5 million for the year. So you can look at public servants, can't give them increments, tell them to wait, we're all punishing in this together. We're all taking this lick, we must all punish together. But I, as the Prime Minister, get to sit on $45,000 worth of furniture and get $1.5 million worth of vehicles. You really think that's going to fly with the Belizean people? But then again, you're in government now. You can't say the things you used to say when you're in opposition. Ministry of Health and Wellness, there again. Public utilities. I guess it's a light bill, water bill, phone bill. I don't know with it. Public utilities. They budgeted and spent $1.3 million so far for this year. But they're asking for $667,000 more. You got WhatsApp now, Senator Court. You don't have to make long distance calls anymore. What's $666,000 needed for? To cover what? Then, for the entire year, they have it right here. They budgeted $0 for what they call a COVID enforcement project. What the hell is a COVID enforcement project? You're going to enforce people to have COVID? What's that? They budgeted zero money for that, Madam President, but they're asking us, the Belizean people, that for one more month, for an item they put no money for, they're asking the people of Belize to give them $900,000 for a COVID enforcement project that was never even contemplated for before in this year's budget presentation. And don't come with no preemptive strike about some explanation with banks. The Central Bank of Belize is not a speculative organization. They promote stability within the financial sector. And if they are asking to be capitalized to the tune of $20 million, then something is wrong. Then something is wrong. It means that the finance structure is about to crumble and is crumbling. Or else why would you need it? Then why do you need it, Senator Montero? Why do you need it? Why do you need it? Why would the government need to take from taxpayers $20 million that goes to an entity that is private, that is separate from government then? It's not a government entity. It is an independent body that moderates the financial situation of the country. But now you have to find $20 million to give them for what? But don't worry, they're not in trouble. But we still need to have them hold on to $20 million. Give me a break. Give me a break. And we've had issues with COVID and not people paying their loans since the beginning of the pandemic. Since the beginning of the pandemic, people have had problems with their loans. How come all of a sudden now the central bank needs to be capitalized with that amount of money from the central government? It makes no sense what you're saying. It makes no sense. There's trouble here. Something's brewing. But we'll get an answer for this 20 million like how I got an answer for the 15 million. There will be no answer. Why? Because you're in government now. When you're in opposition, you could say certain things. But now you're held by some collective force of cabinet that even if you see something wrong, you can't say. Because then you would have to resign, and I don't want to do that. Madam President, from the Ministry of Sustainable Development, fourth quarter expenses and gender project, nothing was allocated to this. But now all of a sudden they want $100,000. For what? For what? For what? You just throw figures to categories like that with no reason, with no explanation, because nobody, who hear about that? You didn't even see it as important enough to budget for it for the year, but now all of a sudden you're putting $100,000 in the last month. That almost, Madam President, like, listen to me. Budget year one done, you know. We could try and spend out some of their money. We could try and spend out some of their money, so when we have a new budget for 2022, 2023, it's a fresh hustle. We could just done the money we have. Because some of the expenses make no sense, and some of them go to projects that you didn't allocate a penny for the entire year. Madam President, the Ministry of Public Utilities and Logistics only now realizes it needs a public transform reform system. This was never important to the Ministry of Public Utilities and Logistics, but now they want $84,000 for public transportation reform, for the renovation of a government building for the Ministry of Infrastructure Development and Housing. Now, these are the one. That's interesting. You see a lot of this in this budget supplementary, Madam President. A lot of this. The Ministry of Infrastructure Development and Housing for the entire year budgeted $175,000 for the renovation of a government building. Right? So they said for the year, give me $175,000 so we can renovate a government building for the Ministry of Infrastructure. And having spent $175,000 in 11 months, you come and you say for the 1 month that's left in the financial year, I need $204,000. How on earth can you, in the final month of a financial year, come and ask for more than 100% of the monies allocated to a line item for a ministry for the entire year? So in 1 month, you need to spend more than you've spent in 11 months? All of a sudden, why? On what? And didn't you anticipate that? You didn't anticipate that? That just come out of the sky? Social assistance? Food assistance? Oh, so conscionable about it all of a sudden. $1 million? You allocated $3 million when at first you didn't want to allocate any. The message from this government was that, no man, we can't sustain that. Fend for yourself. If you're hungry. Now all of a sudden you all have consciences. All of a sudden now you need $1 million because who will quarrel with that? Who will quarrel with that? Now hypocrites you are. Hypocrites. Because when the Honorable Member for Kayo South was in opposition, he would have wanted to know who you spend £1 million, who will get the contract, which grocery store, which that. But now that he's in government, now you see, he doesn't ask those questions because he wants to stay in cabinet and enjoy the $45,000 furniture, I guess. Huh? This is the hypocrisy of you people. Ministry of Home Affairs and New Growth. Anti-violence multi-sectoral program. Sound like a lot of words. Anti-violence multi-sectoral program. You know how much the government budgeted for that line item for this year, Madam President, before today? $0. $0. Now all of a sudden this government realized that why crime not a problem? All of a sudden you realize that crime is a problem. All of a sudden. So what you do now, you come to the National Assembly and say, for that, I need $500,000. You need $500,000 for 1 more month for some phantom anti-violence multi-sectoral program that you didn't budget a penny for the whole year. So when you just start this up, it's like you people have some extra cash and you're desperately searching for ways to spend it so that you can cream off of it. That is the only explanation. That is the only explanation. Why else would you do it this way? You know how many items, Madam President, you know how many line items they want to budget hundreds of thousands of dollars for 1 more month and then put no money to that the whole year? All of a sudden they had these road to Damascus moments that they needed these programs and these projects. Come on, man. Come on. Come on. Madam President, Ministry of Economic Development and Investment. I don't sweat long time, no, Madam President. I don't sweat long time. I blame you, the Senator Courtney. Had you said nothing, I would have said nothing. But you had me to worry, man. You didn't worry, man. Housing and planning census. No. I'll show you. I'll show you the devil, Madam President. I'll show you the devil. The devil is not that you make a line item budget for housing and population census. You have to do that. My problem, Madam President, is this. For 11 months, the government only needed $300,000 for housing and population census for 11 months. But they want us to believe now that for 1 more month, for housing and population census, they need $613,000. In 1 month? What's so special about the next month? That you need. What is so special about the next month that has come as such a surprise that you didn't anticipate would be needed, that you have to come to the National Assembly 1 month before the end of the financial year and ask for more than double what you allocated for the previous 11 months of the year? Something is wrong, Madam President. This is either a hustle or this is a start admission by the government that they don't know how to budget and they don't know what they're doing. I can understand you come for a 10% or 5% because you have miscellaneous expenses or whatever, or you explain that something completely big and unanticipated had occurred, but they're not saying that. And they need twice the budget. But tell the public servants, the 5%, you better wait till just before town board election. You will get your 5% just before town board election, and after the Prime Minister get $500,000 worth of renovations and furniture for his office. Sorry, 250,000, but 295. Don't, as the great Derek McCoy would say, don't kill me for a few $100,000. So $295,000 for the Prime Minister to be in comfort. But people can't get basic needs. Madam President, what this budget shows, and then it goes on and on and on. And Madam President, another example, Ministry of Finance. And they put it at the back, you know, Madam President. You think we not read the whole thing? You think they not read the whole thing? Put it at the back, man. I ain't man on the wiki. Ministry of Finance. This is the line item. Detailed design, expansion of water and sewage facilities on Burgess Key. You know how much money they are allocated for that for the year, Madam President? None. $0. Now they want 80,000. What I am saying is this. How are you getting surprise projects and surprise needs at the 11th hour? You didn't anticipate any of these? And Burgess Key just requires this? I don't think so. So why are you rushing to get it under this year's budget? How? Madam President, there's an integrated water resources management project. Integrated water resources management project. Where I mix pipe water with marine water. What's that? You know how much they allocated for that for the year, Madam President? None. But they want $7,000 for it. Ministry of Tourism and Diaspora Relations. I just the warm up, I'm about halfway, Madam President. Madam President, Sustainable Tourism Project, what that? For the last page again, you know, Madam President, hoping we now read it. Sustainable tourism project. How ominous, how general. So general, so strange sounding, that you know how much this government allocated for that, for this year? $0. You know how much they want for one final month of the budget year? $954,000. How can something you didn't even anticipate before today, you come and realize you need $954,000 for it? And you can't give the public servants their 10% back. You can't give them increments. You tell the people of Belize the only way I can raise money is if I charge you more on fuel. But they don't bring legislation to zero rate that, or to reduce the GST or that, or to work with the retailers and suppliers to have a reduced markup so that they can still make a profit and there's an ease on the economy. No. They double down and say it won't fall anytime soon. And in the meantime, give away $954,000 for some sustainable tourism project. Belize House of Culture and Downtown Rejuvenation Project. The one that sound like the more real, not true? The problem is, it is so unreal, Madam President, that guess how much they budgeted for that Downtown Rejuvenation House of Culture project for the year up until this time in the National Assembly? $0. $0. You know how much they're asking us to give them for one more month? $520,000. All of a sudden you need this project. I'm telling you, Madam President, the supplementary is littered with money for things the government never allocated money for in the past. It's like they're finding things to spend the money on. That's not in the interest of the Belizean people. Huh? When I want you to speak, I'll pinch you, you know. Madam President, Ministry of Infrastructure Development and Housing, for we Bali, you're a very good friend. Halover Bridge Replacement Project. For the year, the government, in its wisdom, decided they only need to ask for $1 million. So for the last 11 months, they have been surviving on that $1 million. Come today, you know how much they're asking us for, Madam President, for one more month? $3,119,000 and $912. Exactly. Get the exact figure this time. So you come 1 month before the end of the budget cycle and ask for 3 times what you said you needed for the last year, just for 1 more month. But yet $1 million was good for 11 months, and now you need 3 times that for just 1 more month. You think we let me read it? You think we let me look upon it? Aye, man. Give me a little more credit than that. Madam President, Youth Development Services. Well, it's a grant. It's for $16,000. UNICEF programs, education grants, we get some money for that. Scholarship, always promote that. Just hope that we don't get, say no dog, they get no scholarship, or no 5-year-old, they get no scholarship for go to UB. Because that was your tenure in your last, when you were in government. When was that? Just before Hattie? 13 years ago. Dog, they get scholarship, you know, Madam President. Dog, 5-year-old, they get scholarship to UB. So we won't say anything about scholarship. Promote education. Give all the scholarships you want. But the details will come back as to who got scholarships, if they did, or who didn't get, you know, Madam President. All I'm saying, Madam President, You cannot come for 3 supplementaries within 2 months of each other at the end of the financial year and expect support from any reasonable individual, especially when you are freshly budgeting for things you never budgeted for before, and or you're asking for major projects more than 2-3 times your original budget. Madam President, there's something afoul in the state of the government finances of Belize, and we do not support this supplementary. And I'm asking for a division, Madam President, because I want to hear who does and who does not. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Colette Montejo.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I'm always amused by Senator Perpetrators taking the time to go line item by line item. Fair enough. One of my icons, Madam President, President Barack Obama said once, and I quote, that a budget is more than a series of numbers on a page. It is the embodiment of our values. Another icon of mine said a budget is telling your money where to go instead of wondering where it went. A few years back, not even a few years back, January 31st, 2020, the Amandala newspaper headline was, PM Barrow spent 1.3 billion unconstitutionally. In other words, I'll get to that point right now. I'll just quote little extracts from the article, Madam President. After some delays in delivering his judgment, Chief Justice Kenneth Benjamin ruled this morning that the United Democratic Party government, talk about hypocrite, under the leadership of Prime Minister Dean Barrow, has spent 1.3 billion unconstitutionally, complete violation of the Finance and Audit Reform Act. It goes on to say that the Attorney General was also named as defendant in that case. Wait.
Senators, please be reminded of Standing Order 40.
Now,
shall maintain silence while another senator is speaking.
No, Madam President. What I find very interesting is this. 1.3 billion spent without getting permission from the National Assembly. 1.3 billion. And our good friend has the audacity to come in here and grandstand when this government does the responsible thing, the legal thing, the right thing, to bring spending to the National Assembly for approval. That is what the law demands. Now, yes, you can question line item by line item, but I'll only touch a few of them that our good friend brought up. The police department, Lord have mercy. Under his leadership, you know. Under his leadership, badly underfunded. Badly underfunded. The Belize Defense Force. Man, I had the privilege of going to Price Barracks the other day, and I was like, wow, how in the world could we allow these buildings and our soldiers to live in those kind of conditions? How? Same thing for the police department. I had the privilege, Madam President, of seeing the morale in the BDF picking up again, and in the Coast Guard. Then he had the audacity to rail about health when it comes to medication, to NHI, and dialysis. Lord, if you've never lived it, don't speak about it. If you've never been there with the people who are truly suffering, and the increased numbers of patients that requires the care. When this government took over, the primary focus was COVID. And a lot of things had to be, all right? Now, thanks to the fiscal prudence and management under Prime Minister John Briceño and our colleague, Senator Christopher Koyi, you can see an uptick in the economic situation in this country. And for that reason, things that had to be cut because there was absolutely no money, but there was a need. Big difference. All right, and every family faces that. So don't tell us about you didn't know or lack of planning. All right? If you don't have the money, the need can be there, but it cannot be met. Now we have the money, and the needs are even greater. And a responsible government, like a responsible father, will make certain that the needs are met to the best of your ability. It's not that all of a sudden, out of the blues, we want to spend money. Obviously, he doesn't know Senator Christopher Koyi enough. This man is fiscally prudent. He don't play games with money. Neither does our Prime Minister. So, when you talk health, out of the 33 million in Cap 1, 23 million goes to the Ministry of Health. I was in Corozal and listening to patients complaining, and they'll be the first to complain too, and make a political mischief of it when there are no medications. And our people are getting sick. The demand is there. What do you do as a government? You are affecting the poorest of the poor. You have to step up. No choice. And I commend the government for that. NHI. That's a part of Plan Belize. We've got to roll out NHI to this entire country because it becomes a safety social net for so many of our Belizeans. And don't speak about dialysis, because kidney failure is on a constant uptick. The needs are there, Madam President, and we cannot turn a blind eye as a government. Food assistance. I've been involved in a process and seen the needs. Only on Sunday I was in the Collect Division, and these families have literally nothing to eat. Unless you live it, you begin to understand it. And sometimes we get so high up in the clouds that we forget the people down below. And this is one of the things that Plan Belize ensures. And therefore, when we bring budgets like these, sure, it's a third supplementary, but it's in keeping with the law, and it's in meeting the needs of this country. And like President Obama said, it is an embodiment of our values. We are about service to the people. And that is all it is to this budget. I see no reason why I cannot and will not gladly support this budget. I thank you.
I recognize Senator Honorable Darrell Bradley.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to make my contributions in relation to this debate. One of the first things that I wish to say in response to a comment made by the Honorable Leader for Government Business, when he prefaced this entire discussion, he looked at this side and he made a comment in relation to we will wait for the lawbreakers. One of the things that I will say that it is a legislative function and a fundamental legislative function to scrutinize the actions of the executive, particularly in relation to the budget, so that the fact that one would stand and raise a concern in relation to figures is not only something that is understandable, but I would say required. In relation to the budget allocations, I think that when one looks at the supplemental, and this goes to something specifically that Senator Courtney mentions, the contrast between what would have transpired before and what transpired now. I wouldn't get into any fray in terms of back and forth with the political side of it. I will say, though, that if it is a legislative function, and he mentioned this point specifically to say that we are doing this, we are bringing this to the House, there is accountability, there is whatever. For there to be a legitimate exercise of the legislative process, information is necessary. So that Senator Courtney would have mentioned that we are providing the information. I'm looking at the supplemental. I went in detail in relation to some of the allocations. I listened to my learned friend, the leader of opposition business, and there is not sufficient information to have a meaningful discourse to discharge the legislative function to oversee the supplemental allocations. I will give a few examples. The Honorable Leader of Government Business went into detail, and I won't do that. But in relation to the monies that are being appropriated by the supplemental allocations for Ministry of Health, Materials and Supplies, immediately one looks at this, and this is a figure going back and forth, UDP, PUP, whatever. A reasonable person looking at this would question it, for the simple reason that the original allocation for 11 months is $10 million. And within the final month, there is a request by supplemental for $15 million. Now we could say many things. We could say the border is opening. So I looked at all different types of considerations to give the government the benefit of doubt. But the conclusion that I came to is that I am a senator in the National Assembly of Belize, and I'm being asked to exercise a vote on behalf of the people of this country as to whether or not I would vote in favor of a supplemental allocation that is a significantly more amount that was originally budgeted. In the absence of absolutely every type of justification. There's nothing. So that one of the things that I would say here is that the devil is in the details. The government is coming to this house to ask for the approval of the house to allocate in 1 month an additional $15 million for pharmaceuticals and supplies in circumstances where the entire year's budget, 11 months, was only $10 million. With the absence of any explanation, just the figure. So that with respect, and I have much respect for Senator Courtney, both as a statesperson and as a legal person. But to tout the idea that this is transparency, in my view, is not accurate. I will not respond to anything that he would say that the United Democratic Party has done. But I will say that if we are debating this budget allocation and the government is asking for an additional $15 million in the final month, in order for me to vote in favor of that, I need to have details. I need to know why. It cannot just be a line item on a piece of paper. The people out there who are listening to this debate would want to know, why is it that you need $15 million in the last month of the budget cycle? What is the emergency? One of the things that I will underscore here is that many of these allocations are in the Ministry of Health. We have been faced with a global pandemic for a period of 2.5 years. An important concern would have been planning in a critical sector, which is the health sector. The fact that you would request an allocation in the last month of such a significant amount with absolutely no explanation shows, one, that there is ineffective planning in an essential area at this COVID time. And without justification, without any kind of explanation, in good conscience, notwithstanding anything that my learned friend, the leader of government business, has said, as a senator, I can't vote in favor of that. I don't know what is the $15 million for. Who, if you're talking about pharmaceuticals, these are questions that the Belizean people would want to know. What is this money going for? We are seeing things internationally. I have done research in relation to the cost of testing, the cost of this, the cost of whatever. What is it that we're spending for? Are we ensuring that there is adequate tendering, transparency, and all of these things? Because again, it is a legislative function to approve any kind of allocation. I will only mention one other notation which struck me as a surprise, was the approximately $733,000 for vehicles. And again, I don't know if that vehicle is for a minister or if that vehicle is an ambulance or police vehicles. And this is my dilemma as a senator. I'm being asked to vote for significant allocations in the absence of any information. So really and truly, if I say I, what am I voting for? I would not be discharging my function as a senator because I would not be holding the government to task to account for the spending. So at this juncture, I would be perfectly prepared to give the government the benefit of the doubt. I have supreme respect for the leader of government business. I have supreme respect for the Minister of State in the Ministry of Finance. But in order for me to exercise my vote, I just can't say yay in circumstances where, on the face of it, I would say that the reasonable person in Battlefield Park would be suspicious. I am not saying anything that my learned friend, the leader of government business, would have said in terms of being hypocritical, being this, being that. I am saying solely the point about accountability and information and being able to participate effectively in what I consider to be a very critical debate the request by the executive to the legislature of a supplemental allocation for a very significant amount of money. So that what I would also add is that we know that when we present budgets, many of the budgets presented by Belize are budgets which show a deficit. So it is not as if money is just lying around. Many of the items in line with the budget would show priority areas. So for example, we mentioned and we had discussions about the importance of domestic violence. How is that reflected in supplemental appropriations? The Honorable Senator Montejo referred to budget showing our values. Yes, that is very, very important. Our values and our priorities, and if we are saying certain things are our priorities, let us then have that reflected in a budget allocation. But fundamentally, and objectively and impartially as I can be as a UDP senator, I cannot in good faith and conscience support budgetary allocations significant as this in the absence of any type of explanation. To me, that would be ridiculous. I do not know what the funds are for. I have no explanation, no information. I don't think that this has to be a debate that would take maybe an hour, 5 hours, or 10 hours, but some information, some reference to the fact that, okay, because I try to think about it and I try to make inquiries, and I know because I watch the news that the border, so I assumed that it may be something relating to the border or something, but I'm saying that as a parliamentarian, that is a step that the average citizen would take. The citizen would say that maybe it's for this or maybe it's for that. But as a parliamentarian who is appointed to discharge representative democracy on behalf of the people, I am not that person who could just look at it and say, okay, well, it could be this or it could be that. I have to give my knowledge, my experience, my criticism to hold the government account for every dollar. Why? Especially in this climate where so many Belizeans are being asked to make sacrifices. Teachers and public officers and businesses, every single person is being asked to make a sacrifice in this country. Why is it now that we are being asked to vote on allocations when we do not know what this money is for? So that Senator Montejo would have made comments in relation to food distribution, police repairs. Nobody can fault that. Nobody is against social programs. Nobody is against the condition of some of our police stations. Nobody is against many of the things which are listed in the heads of expenditure. I can read just as best as any other senator in here. And when you're talking about dialysis, I can appreciate, because I have members of my family who suffer from kidney failure and they need that service. But what I'm saying is that reading that on a paper, one word dialysis, $200,000. Pharmaceuticals and medication. Man, I go to the hospital, I need medication. Everybody will know that that is an important need or justifiable expense. But to say on a supplemental submitted in the National Assembly to senators to ask for their vote and to put in there pharmaceuticals, $15 million, my gosh. And then to ask me to vote in favor of that allocation, to take the government's word at its face when I have absolutely no information as to what that money is for. I cannot in good conscience, and I think the reasonable person out there looking objectively and as apolitically as possible would say, man, Darrell, if you vote in favor of that, like, why are you there? How can you be objectively critical of an important allocation? I will say this in closing, and in the past, I have very much appreciated the explanations given in these supplemental allocations by the Honorable Minister of State for the Ministry of Finance. And I find in many of his explanations, it has been helpful to swing the fray. And again, we know the austerity, we know government needs money, but we must ensure that in this time when everybody is being asked to sacrifice, we're not spending $45,000 on furniture. We're not spending $733,000 on motor vehicles, which are not essential and absolutely necessary in these circumstances. So that I would await any further clarification from the government side, but I would say that for whatever you take it, this would not be grandstanding. It is a legitimate concern that I'm being asked to vote for something that I have absolutely no details about. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Chris Cowie.
Thank you, Madam President. Before I speak on the bill, I'd like to also express my congratulations to Senator Salas. And I just wanted to point out something I just learned today as to what Senator Salas will be doing. The groundbreaking effort or initiative that he will be involved with. As you assume the lead for the Belize Project Finance for Permanence, as I understand it, Senator Salas, you will lead the team developing the world's first fully coastal and marine project finance for permanence. So, just as this administration led by the Honorable John Bersenio has been groundbreaking in all its efforts over the past year of this August administration in Blue Bond initiatives, in the cancellation of the Super Bond. I would say I look forward to Senator Salas's groundbreaking efforts in this regard as well. It will have much benefit and advantage for Belize as he undertakes this venture. With respect to the bill today, the General Revenue Supplementary Appropriation Bill number 3, a friend of mine just recently mentioned that when I speak to the fiscal position or the economy, I am very much about the numbers and the analysis, and I miss speaking about the people. But I think underlying that discussion, that analysis, is entirely about the people. So when we look at the approved estimates, the approved budgetary estimates for fiscal year 2021, 2022, we have to appreciate the context. That context as a connection to the prior budget, the prior year's budget. And through no fault of the prior administration, that budget of fiscal year 2020-2021 being formulated just at really the inception of the COVID pandemic reflected an absence of the appreciation of what is required for that fiscal year and the continuance of the pandemic into this fiscal year and the next. When we look back, that approved budget estimate of 2020-2021, we realized that had actually no basis in reality. Hindsight, they say, is 2020. So we can say that they were off. They were way off. And where we are now, we are adjusting to that process and we are getting it a little better. But we are not entirely perfect. And as we make our fiscal position in the context of what we want to achieve as an administration, we have to make adjustments. Unfortunately, a lot of those adjustments had to do with the past administration. For this fiscal year, this is our third supplementary appropriation, but there were actually 2 additional supplementary appropriations that we had to enact under the ending of the last fiscal year. In fact, last fiscal year, there were 4 supplementary appropriations that were passed under the UDP administration. These additional 2 supplementary appropriations for fiscal year 2020-2021 had to do with covering the mountain of outstanding payables racked up by the past UDP administration. Payables meaning not paid, unpaid. Those amount to $115 million. We spoke about, or we referred to the $1.3 billion that the past administration under the former Prime Minister Barrow failed to seek the requisite constitutional and legislative approval. Well, we had another bunch of payables that approvals were not procured for, $115 million. But even into this fiscal year, these 3 supplementary appropriations also had to account for $68 million, again, of unauthorized expenditures under the past UDP administration. $68 million. We could get into the details. I'm not sure that we want to run down those details, but I could highlight one of them, and that's the acquisition payments, how that skyrocketed in really on the basis of acquisitions in October of 2020. So much so that supplementaries 1 and 2 included, for this fiscal year, included a total of $14 million just to make up those obligations created under the past UDP administration. That's a part of the 68 million. And there are a lot more. Senator Bradley referred to the Ministry of Health and the 15.5 million. 5 million, that 15.5 million, in a sense, is a bit of a catching up because of payables under the past administration that had not been paid. So 5 million were taken out of the approved estimates to pay those past payables. So this 15 million, a portion of that has to account for what is accrued in this year but is not available because of having to pay under the 5 million accrued under the past administration. Senator Perfit went through the full detail of each of the line items. I am not sure that it will be as helpful to go through every single line item, but I would like to highlight a few of them. referencing, for example, the payables. These are some continuing examples of those outstanding payables. The Belize House of Culture and Downtown Rejuvenation Project. That's a CAP 3, number 25, 1659 subhead for $520,000. That specifically is to record or authorize the disbursement made to the infamous IE on March 25, 2020 by Taiwan's ICDF for that Belize House of Culture project. This was not incurred under this administration, but from March 2020. Entirely unauthorized, but no, we are trying to rectify these wrongs. The reference to the DPP honoraria, that relates to an increase in benefits that were granted under the past administration to the AG's ministry's legal officers. And it was determined after legal advice that it had to be expanded to the DPP legal officers as well. So this is to address that issue. I think it's extremely important to speak to the $20 million for the Central Bank of Belize. The Central Bank of Belize represents the regulator of our entire financial system. It also operates as part of playing that role as a lender of last resort. So it needs to be strong, it needs to be fortified in its ability to conduct its functions. Its stated statutory objectives include monetary stability and exchange rate stability, maintaining in effect the currency peg, ensuring conditions are conducive to economic growth through credit. We have gone through a very challenging period over the past few years. And the banking system, the overall financial system, certainly has been severely impacted, particularly in connection with what happened in 2020 and the disappearance of tourism, but the overall contraction of the economy on a whole. In connection with that, forbearance measures were instituted by the Central Bank of Belize to provide a relief to borrowers, to businesses on a whole, in effect buying time for them, so that when the economy recovers, they are not underwater and unable to conduct business. It's a measure that was not common to Belize. I think regionally or globally, that practice was undertaken. But those forbearance measures have come to an end as of the end of last year. And it's in fact important that it does so, because it does at the same time impact the financial system, the banking system, in terms of its own cash flow. If you don't have to pay back and you're lending out, then you as a financial institution have a cash flow concern. So it's important to recognize how you balance the concerns, the issues that relate to the entire financial system and all stakeholders within the financial system. I believe the central bank has been very prudent in its approach. But it's useful to look at the comparatives, where central bank stands relative to its regional central banks. When we compare the capitalization, the total capital and reserves of the central bank, that amounts to 1.3% of GDP. When we look at the average amongst the Caribbean institutions, the Caribbean central banks, that number is closer to 2% of GDP. So central bank in itself is undercapitalized, and it has been so for a while. When it was established with a capital of 10 million. That wasn't increased until 2016 by another 10 million under the past administration. Unfortunately, the goal wasn't as much to fortify the central bank, but to enable the government to borrow more by using accounting ratios that were established in the Central Bank Act, so that you can leverage and create multiples of borrowing from the central bank itself, the government borrowing from the central bank itself. So when we were borrowing over the end of 2020, early 2021, $1 million a day, we wouldn't have been in breach of the legislation. That was the basis for that capitalization. The basis for this capitalization is to be proactive, to look at what the future can look like, to consider the various scenarios, and to make the prudent decisions, the prudent choices as to how do we shepherd this economy, how do we shepherd the financial system and the government through this challenging time. And in doing that, the management and the board of Central Bank took the view that it would be important for the further capitalization of the central bank. This is not something that they had not raised before, but this is something that this administration chose to take the guidance on. What this does is it not only puts it on par, but it places this on par with the region, but it places the central bank in a much stronger position that in the event that financial issues may arise with any financial institution, not limited necessarily to just the banks, that the central bank has the full and firm capacity to address those issues. So it is on this basis that we feel that the capitalization, the further capitalization of the central bank makes sense. It makes sense for the government, it makes sense for the central bank, it makes sense for the financial system and the overall economy. I appreciate the concerns that have been raised about the information, the need for more detailed information, so that a more appropriate assessment can be done of the budgetary estimates or the supplementary appropriation legislation. And perhaps that's an area where we can look at how that can be done. Perhaps it's not an area that is to be embedded on the legislation itself, but that it can be a measure that we can put together on a preparatory basis prior to these Senate meetings or House meetings. Obviously, if you have to deal with $500, there has to be some de minimis approach to things, some threshold. That way, we can focus in on the larger items that have a material impact. And I would say that I would propose or offer to work on with the members of this upper house to come up with a solution that addresses that concern. There is no interest whatsoever in hiding. In fact, this is the very reason that we're here, going through all this detail to bring it out for the public, not for any senator in particular, but for the public to understand and appreciate where we are and where we're heading and what we need to do to get there. But thanks very much.
I recognize Senator Honorable Osmani Salas.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to take a slightly different approach on this. My comments on the General Revenue Supplementary Appropriation 2021-2022 number 3 bill. A little bit of history. And I think what I will share is instructive because as one of the social partner senators, I can say that it's frustrating when we do not see the budgeting process and the financial management process going the way it should, and I'll explain in a little. Just looking at the Acts of Parliament listed on the National Assembly website, by calendar year, not by fiscal year, they have it by calendar year. In 2015, there were 4 supplementary appropriation bills. In 2016, there were 2. 2017, there was 1. 2018, there were 3. Pandemic year, there was none, but that was pandemic year. 5 in 2020. 4 in 2021. Now we're having our first one this calendar year. I think that where we need to focus, and this is where I want to make a plug in that I won't be around to debate the budget, but I would like to ask the government to ensure that in our new budget, there are resources in there to support the work of the Joint Public Accounts Committee, to support the clerk's office so that they can give more support, this type of support that the JPAC needs, to strengthen the office of the Auditor General. Why am I saying that? I think what is as important, if not more important, because this revenue appropriation bill, this supplementary revenue, this general revenue supplementary appropriation bill is a money bill. We could rail the entire 45 minutes of our time, everybody could, this thing cannot be stopped. And I could understand where some senators might want to take a vote for the record on where they stand. The fact of the matter is that this is passing. So from the independent standpoint, what I would like to see is focus on strengthening the processes to ensure that there's accountability. And I hope I speak for my fellow social partner senators when I say how frustrated we have been that the JPAC was set up 7 months ago. And we are nowhere close to starting our job that the JPAC was intended to do, which is to examine, consider, and report on the accounts. You know, politics takes precedence as usual. There are always the different excuses and reasons why we cannot meet and engage. When the JPAC was first set up, and the Joint Public Accounts Committee, we hailed it as a bold move from the government. Much needed, where for the first time, the non-government representatives on the PAC, on the JPAC, would outnumber the government representatives. 7 months and nothing has happened. Now, that committee has a lot of work to do. Not only now and the future, but also some of the past. So there's a lot of work to be done, but the resources, the support are in very limited supply, and we are not anywhere close to starting the job. So I would like to put on the record, Madam President, that this is where we need to put a lot of attention. Supplementary appropriation bill should be introduced when the need for funds is too urgent for it to be postponed. 2020, there were 5 times where it was too urgent to be postponed. 2015, the same. Last year, 4 times. 2019, we have still not recovered from the pandemic, and that's something that we must not disregard. We are still in the throes of it to a great extent. Our tourism industry has not fully recovered, at least not how it was pre-pandemic, for example. So that's what I wanted to share in relation to that, Madam President. And a couple more points. I listened intently to Minister Koi, and I appreciate his intervention in relation to the additional capitalization of the Central Bank of Belize, as described by Minister as a lender of last resort, and the important role of the Central Bank, ensure that we maintain and we protect the currency peg. I had the opportunity, along with some of my other colleagues, to attend a meeting with the Central Bank Governor, the Chair and Vice Chair, and Minister to listen to why this is important. And it was very instructive, very helpful. And these are the types of presentations that I think we should encourage to learn more about why certain things may be needed. And from everything I've learned, I recognize that we must support the additional capitalization of the Central Bank of Belize. Finally, one other item I would like to mention in relation to the general administration, the line item for almost $160,000 for the Ministry of Public Service, Constitutional and Political Reform. I am informed that this is for the redistricting exercise that has commenced, and the funds will be used up to March 31st, and that in the new fiscal year, the balance of the budget will be included. I would like to mention that in relation to redistricting, it is a constitutionally mandated exercise. It is high time that it is done. And I am glad that that process has started, albeit several years after the re-registration exercise. That should have followed close in the heels of that. But some words of advice, if I may. This is our opportunity, Madam President, to ensure that we strengthen our electoral system and ensure that our electoral divisions are as equal in number of voters as possible, as is mandated under the Constitution. And as stated in the Constitution, and this is one of the few roles that comes smack under the Election and Boundaries Commission, not the department, but the commission, and that they will report the results of the redistricting exercise and the proposals to the National Assembly for consideration and approval. It says that each electoral division shall have as nearly as may be an equal number of persons eligible to vote. We need to ensure that this is what happens. One of the things that I would be sorry to see is that we have an increased number of electoral divisions. We should have a minimum of 28, and we currently, as we all know, have 31. So rather than just increasing the numbers, we need to look at what is in place currently. This is what I assume the redistricting exercise will seek to do, and ensure that the proposals focus on ensuring that each electoral division shall be nearly as may be an equal number of persons eligible to vote, and not what we have now. There are some huge discrepancies. We have some that have 8,000 to 10,000 voters, and others that have less than 2,000, and yet each of those get one seat. So I was happy to hear that process has started. That activity must be supported, and it will cost much more than this. So as I understand it, in the new budget, there will be more funds allocated for that to happen. It is an essential part of our democracy, and we need to get it right. We need to get it right. With that, I thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Bevinkal.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I rise to make my contributions towards this supplementary appropriation number 3 bill. As constituted, Madam President, the government is here to table a supplementary appropriation to approve sums of money for public use. And I must agree with Senator Perpetrators when he said he hasn't sweat for a long time, because he hasn't seen, Madam President, a supplementary appropriation that had 6 pages printed back and front to explain and give in detail, line item by line item, the approved budget for each ministry. So I understand why you're sweating, Senator. And he went on and on to criticize the government about these estimates and approvals that Senator Chris just explained. And he talked about furnitures, Madam President, but if he could at least bring back the chairs, the laptop, the iPad that he took, then we may not need more money. So that's a message for you, Senator. Let me highlight some of the very important and essential allocation that is afforded for each ministry in this supplemental, Madam President. And I will start with the health system. And I will read a quote from Dr. Carissa Etin from the Pan American Health Organization. As economies remain strained, countries face difficult choices about how to spend limited funds. We cannot forget that health is an investment, not an expense. I'll repeat that, Madam President, because I think this is really important. Health is an investment and not an expense. As we learned with COVID-19, health is at the core of vibrant societies. It keeps people working. It brings kids to school, companies productive, and economies growing. Madam President, when it comes to health, more money is never enough. And the limited resources that this government has, we are making sure that the vast majority of Belizeans can have access to quality health care. We hear the criticisms of the amount of the millions that is allocated to this ministry, and Senator Koye again just explained as to why we need this money. 7.3 million is allocated for NHI and dialysis. Out of this, Madam President, over $4 million is allocated for NHI across this country. Every district will be afforded some of the $4 million. Over $2 million is allocated to support Belizeans who need hemodialysis. Madam President, a couple of years back, we were in this position. A sibling of mine had kidney failure. And back then I realized the amount of money that people spend to get this health care. And I'm happy to see that this government, Madam President, is investing monies to help these families. And I'm sure hundreds, if not thousands of families are going to appreciate this. This budget, this supplementary allocation is also supporting our police department. Every district, line item by line item, district by district, it is showing that the police department in every single district for the first time is being supported. We look at the Ministry of National Defense. Again, funds are allocated for fuel and food for the very same person who risked their lives to protect this jewel we call Belize, Madam President. Madam President, it will be really interesting to see how the other side will vote since our colleague, Senator Perpetrators, asked for a division, because a vote against this supplementary, Madam President, is a vote against the purchase of medication that is needed for every single Belizean. A vote against this supplementary is a vote against supporting the families that need hemodialysis. A vote against this supplementary is a vote against supporting our police department, is a vote against supporting our soldiers. Madam President, what they see is an expense, but what we on this side see is support for the needy family that needs hemodialysis. What they see, Madam President, is an expense, but what we see is support for our soldiers, for our policemen. And this will have a ripple effect in having healthy Belizeans and having a safer society. Madam President, we will see if they will vote against these things. And with the Belizean people will see this, Madam President. I thank you.
I recognize Senator Kevin Herrera. Senator Michael Perpetrators, let me remind you, Standing Order 40.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, let me state at the beginning that I will support the supplementary, not because I understand it, given that we didn't have the details, but because I think that in this first year, I want to give the administration the benefit of the doubt in terms of getting things back after COVID. Next year, I'm hoping that we will be seeing all the details that we need to analyze these supplementary presentations a lot more than we've been able to do. I mean, for example, in terms of preparing for it, you're not hearing me. In terms of preparing for it, we really did not have the details, except for the presentation that we were able to get from Senator Coe with respect to the 20 million capitalization for the central bank. But other than that, I share Senator Bradley's frustration. I mean, you know, we can only guess for a lot of these. We really don't have the information. And so in terms of presenting, I mean, I could, similar to what Senator Perpetrators did, go over each line item and show how they've been increased and ask, you know, the obvious questions. But I won't do that. What I want to point out though is that for the recurrent, we're seeing a 63% increase over the approved estimates. For the Capital 2 expenditures, we're seeing a 90%, and I say 90%, let me make a clarification here. I've taken out the 20 million for the capitalization, additional capitalization of the central bank. And I backed out the $2.5 million for the blue bond payments because we know about those. I mean, I have information about those. But even after you've taken those out, it's a 90% increase from what was approved in terms of the estimates. And then you look at the Capital 3, and the Capital 3 is virtually 100% increase from what was approved. Again, for the Capital 3, we see a lot of grants in there, and so again, I'm not quarreling with it. All I'm doing is pointing it out. But for every budget exercise, Madam President, there's a corresponding, for every budgetary exercise, especially in terms of the outflows, we're talking about the expenses, there's also a corresponding part in terms of the inflows. Again, we're totally in the dark on that. I don't know what type of new inflows the government have run into. I understand that the economy has grown, but we haven't seen those numbers. And so when we were here doing this exercise in April of last year, there were tremendous sacrifices that we had committed to. I don't think that any of us have borne more of that sacrifice than our brothers and sisters from the unions. The private sector, because of COVID, went through a significant hardships in terms of a lot of those businesses had a very tough time. Tourism, for example. And so we were very willing at that point and still very committed to make those sacrifices. But then when we come and we see the supplementary third one, and I hastily add that I'm sure that many of these expenses are very, very necessary. But for the ones that are not urgent and critical, that perhaps they could have waited. Because even as we speak, Madam President, the population of this country are under tremendous strain with some of the, in some of the areas. I'll mention fuel specifically. A gallon of gas, whether we're talking about regular or premium, is over $12 a gallon. And diesel is over $11 a gallon. In fact, if you compare premium and regular in this February to what they were last year February, we're talking about almost $3 in increase in terms of the price. When we look at diesel, it's almost $2 if we compare it during the same time. And every day, every week, we have to go to these gas stations and we have to put out that money. Businesses, workers, all of us. And so if I'm saying that if government has gotten some influx of capital of revenues, perhaps we should have been given a break with respect to the fuels and some of those other costs that we are faced with every day. It would have helped the economy. And so, even, and I make one more other point on the fuel, is that maybe the time has come for us to look at a set amount with respect to government revenues on the fuel. Because government is a beneficiary when the prices are high if it's tied to a percentage. And perhaps if we look at a fixed amount, then we know what we're up against at any given time. But when the prices are high and it's tied to a percentage rate, the higher the acquisition price, the higher the revenues will be for government based on that percent. And so I'm saying that we were all willing to make those sacrifices, Madam President. And I'm hoping that the government will seriously look at how we can provide relief for the population. We're committed, but we're under significant stress, financial stress as it is. Let's work together on this. I think we're all very committed to getting things back. I know Omicron came again and it put us back a little, but still, I think many of the initiatives by the administration with respect to COVID, keeping businesses open, allowing us to continue to operate, were good ones. And I think we're showing that those are the correct decisions. So we're working together on it. But with respect to giving breaks when we can, if government has gotten more revenues than they had anticipated, then perhaps some type of relief should be given at this point. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Honorable Elena Smith.
I rise to make my comments on the Supplementary Appropriation Bill number 3. Madam President, we are a year in, and we as unions are expecting a response from the government very soon as it relates to what will happen at the end of the first year regarding our cut and our increment freeze. But before me today, I have some matters that are very concerning, to say the least, Madam President. And I want to begin by echoing the concern of my colleagues regarding the provision of details. And while I will admit today that we have more because it's stretched out, and so I can see all of the different districts and the areas where funds will be allocated, the details are lacking. And the details are what we need to assist us in making an informed decision, a proper decision. And so to tell me that when I see one heading and it gives me an aggregate figure, I should perhaps understand that and I should make a decision on that based on just what I see here and what I think it means. And I know that Senator Koi has given some explanation, but these sorts of things should be given to us prior to us coming here to make these decisions. And it has been since I have been here that we have been calling when my colleagues over this side were over on the other side. We had all been saying we need details. And now the tables have turned and we are still asking for details. It's rather unfortunate that we have to continue saying the same thing over and over and over and over. It's like I'm teaching my 4-year-old infant, my 5-year-old infant one class, and I'm telling them one thing and they can't get it. And they're not understanding the purpose behind what I'm saying. We don't come, and I will speak for the NTUCB, we don't come to the Senate, Madam President, to just go against or vote against what is presented. We do our very best to support what comes to us, but we can only support if we have enough information. Now, I will just briefly go through a few of these items because I'm not going to go through all of them. We've already heard, based on everybody's presentation thus far, we've heard a lot of them. But, Madam President, I can clearly recall that there was a moratorium on hiring because things were not good and we couldn't afford, and so there was a moratorium there. But I see that we have funds set aside for personal emoluments. I'm being told that, or we are requesting more funds, I should say. And I understand that there were new persons hired. Well, I came here today and I saw a new person here. So I don't know if that is a new hire or that is an old person that came back. I don't know. But in any event, we heard about, for example, Director of Public Prosecution, we are hearing about honorariums. But yet, Madam President, a year ago, the same people who are coming to say that these people need to get their honorariums said to me and my colleagues that we must sacrifice because all of us must share in the pain. So how is it that all of us were supposed to share in the pain, but not all of us can now share in honorariums? It cannot be. You can't tell me that I must sacrifice while others are gaining and we are all working. My colleague earlier made a comment. As a responsible father, you ensure your children, I believe, I'm not sure if it was children or family, their needs are met. Well, I am a part of that family too. I am a child of this responsible father, and my needs are not being met, Madam President. Our public officers' needs are not being met either. We are suffering, we are punishing. Some of our colleagues can barely meet their bills, barely provide for families. Yet we see these things coming before us. My colleague spoke about gas prices going up constantly, food prices as well. And with all my sacrifices, I'm not seeing anything coming back. Not, at least not yet. And that is why when we go through this supplementary here, Madam President, and we hear of these things such as the Prime Minister's office, I'm trying to find it, and for repairs and for furniture, upgrade of building. And as I said the last time, because I spoke to this the last time, that indeed a lot of our buildings have not been properly kept, and they do need some repairs. But here we need $250,000 to repair and $45,928 to purchase office furniture and equipment. It made us wonder, Madam President, if the past Prime Minister Probably took all of the furniture from there and all equipment, and so there's no and we have to buy new ones. What am I left to think when I don't have the details? And so as angry as we may want to get, or as defensive as we may want to get, this is the reality. So is it that the chair that is there that the other person sat in that this new one can't sit down in? I don't know, Madam President. And these are the concerning things. And I have to say it again, we don't come here to be political, but we have to point out things when it puts us in a position where we cannot make proper decisions. And we are placed here, as Senator Bradley said, to make these decisions. How do I explain to my people that we are asking for all of these funds, but yet there's no answer to them getting back their 10% or a portion of it at least? Purchase of vehicles. We are in such dire state that we had to cut salaries and freeze increments. But now we can still go ahead and buy vehicles, buy more vehicles, because we've bought already and we're buying more now. But you are taking care of your children. You are taking care of your children, ensuring that their needs are being met, while my people are starving. Madam President, as somebody said earlier, of course we have sense and we have understanding that there are some matters in this supplementary here that are of importance. But when we lump all of these things together with the urgent matters and the furniture and the vehicles, and then you come and tell me, well, I want to see who will not support the police and who will not support this and who will not support that. Huh? That's not the way we make decisions. And you can't come and show that to us and make it seem as if though because we do not accept certain things that it means that we are not supporting. Madam President, we are seeing contracts. Who are getting these contracts? Who will be getting them and what will they be providing? Why is it so difficult to share these kinds of information with us? All of these health areas, the various districts, the various branches, however we want to name them, we see these contracts. Yes, of course, health is important. We all know that we're in a pandemic. But where will these funds go, Madam President? Is it a big secret that we cannot share? And then we have all of these areas for police. And yes, I can tell you that the police needs help. Buildings need to be repaired and all of those things. And I know because I have a brother who was in the police. And I know what he went through and what he is still going through right now. But we need to get the details of these matters so that we can properly make decisions on them and we can understand. And the public, we must remember that we are representing the public, the people. Whether you are here as government, opposition, or social partners, you are representing people and you ought to be accountable to them. Every time we have an election, we hear buzzwords around. Oh, we are transparent and we are going to be accountable. Where is the accountability here, Madam President? Where is the transparency? If you If you win on such a platform, then you must continue to operate in that manner. You must ensure that you keep those promises. We all have a responsibility. I have to account to my people. I can't just come here and say what I want and vote how I want. I have to vote how I am being told to vote because I represent a group of people. But in the same manner, when we are spending public funds, we have to account to the people. It is their money, it's our money. So whenever we come and we bring these kinds of documents to us without those details, then we leave a space for persons to put their own interpretations, which may not be so. And you have to be fair to us so that when we ask these questions and when we make these kinds of assumptions, you don't turn around and attack us because we are assuming, because you did not provide the information to us. Now, I understand fully that government and opposition will have their back and forth and their whatever with each other. That's how it works. But those of us on this side are not involved in that back and forth. Should not be put through that. And hence the reason when we are asking legitimate questions, we are to be given the responses. And as I said earlier, yes, Senator Cowie explained certain things. And when those are explained, you can understand. But why couldn't we get those before? And so, Madam President, while there are several things in here that I support, that we support, that we agree with, there are other matters in here that we do not support. We cannot support. We note the matter of the central bank in here, and yes, as my colleague said, we did have a presentation and we got some understanding of what is going on. But I was made to understand that the central bank, and I don't know if I should say it here, but anyway, there was a budget for the central bank from BTL shares of 820,000, but they only got, what, 270,000? So it was way, way, way off from what they were expecting from BTL. And so, what does this semi-change from BTL over to SMART, how that affect those dividends, how that affect what they would be getting? I'm just throwing it out there because it was brought to my attention as the NTUCB rep that I should raise the matter, and so I'm raising it. But, Madam President, the people of this country wanted a change. Not just a change, they wanted a change for the better. Because according to them, they were tired of what they were going through. The public officers and teachers who have lost their wages are now tired of seeing the same thing happening over and over and over and over. You tell me one thing, but you do something else. We cannot continue in this fashion. We cannot expect our people to work with us, to help us, to sacrifice for nation, and then we turn around and we do these things that become a slap in the face. And you see, that is why when teachers are out there, or were out there, standing up for accountability, for good governance, we heard a lot of comments. You should be in the classroom, and you are blocking the bridges, and it's an inconvenience to us. But if all of those who were complaining would have stood up with us, we wouldn't be where we are today. Because today, all of us are still suffering. And here we are, having to spend so much money on furniture and contracts that we know not who will be getting them. So, Madam President, with that said, the NTUCB does not support this bill before us. I thank you.
I recognize Senator Bishop Honorable Moses Bengusha.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And of course, I would like to, on behalf of the church, add my own contribution to what is before us, the supplementary appropriation number 3 schedule for the final year. And I have listened attentively to my colleagues. And Madam President, while I would like to say a number of things, I will reserve what I'm going to say to perhaps just a few things with my colleagues having spoken on some of them. I want to say, first of all, Madam President, that I listened to Senator Herrera, and like him, from where I sit, I would have to, all things considered, perhaps begin by saying that one would have to support the supplementary appropriation, but it is with great reservation, in the sense that, and I think Senator Elena said a very important thing, that for us, the social partners, we're not in the back and forth. But there are some essential things that we need to point out. What was said before, and perhaps I reiterate, that there's some actuals that are not quite clear. And perhaps when we speak to the level of transparency, as my colleagues have pointed out, we need some more details insofar as those things are concerned. Suffice it to say, Madam President, especially as it comes to the bank of the central bank, I want to thank Senator Koi for the presentation that we had prior to the sit-in, because if it was not for that, it would be hard to stand here and support what was presented. So I want to express thanks to him and to those from the central bank who made that presentation to us as social partners. Madam President, yes, I would be concerned, and I am concerned, for example, when I look at the Ministry of Health and Wellness and all the contracts, one after the other, are listed there. And as much as some level of explanation was offered, I would still have my own reservation and concern about that section, and it would include also almost 2.5 pages of that which is appropriated to the police, the area of policing, but suffice it to say, I will not go into that section. What I will say, however, Madam President, is that as I look at the Ministry of Education, and while I will commend that which is there for training and high school and tertiary, I think, as Senator Elena has pointed out, the time has come where we hope very soon we will be able to see something there concerning giving back something to the teachers. It's about time, especially in light of the fact that when we look at the other sections, everything has been allocated for. I must insist and I must say, Madam President, that the pace, and I'm also concerned about the pace and at which the meetings are being held between the union and the government. I still don't think that it is fast enough, and I am concerned about the asking for details, and again, we are here asking for details, and what is being presented, and other things have to be presented. Why is it that in one meeting that cannot be solved, and all the details are presented? And so I'm hoping that for the Ministry of Education, it will not only be that which is allocated for training for high schools and tertiary institutions, but that soon and very soon we will see where the increments and the 10% for teachers is also included in that section. Madam President, I spoke to the issue of the central bank already, and again I must express thanks to Senator Koyi for the presentation that was made to the social partners. I want to say one last thing, Madam President, that from where I sit, as I said, we will support what is here, though with a level of reservation. But I want to remind the government, as Senator Herrera has pointed out, that this coming budget will be the brainchild, the full brainchild of this government. In other words, will be the baby of this government. We expected them to carry the child and not to be blaming the other side for whatever is there. And so we await what is to come. And we hope that in time to come, we will see greater details in what is presented. And lastly, Madam President, we would hope that the budget will be so crafted that wide consultation will take place. And in addition to that, that we will have less supplementals before us in the future. I thank you.
I recognize Senator Honorable Isabel Bennett.
Good afternoon again, Madam President. I've listened attentively to what has been shared, and I hear the cry for details, but I remember sitting over on that side, no excuse, and getting one sheet of paper with a large amount of money, millions of dollars. But yet now I'm sitting on this side where there is more prudence, where there is more documentation, and I have to be able to go through several pages identifying allocations for financing of different areas that supports the population of Belize. But I'm also seeing a trend, because I remember being over on that side in 2020 as the only health professional then and still now in this chamber, crying out to the then UDP administration, alerting them on the fact that COVID is now being established as a pandemic in the world. But yet they were so busy trying to sort out themselves as it relates to leadership. Nothing has changed 2 years later into it. There is still a scramble, there is still a struggle, there is still a fight over on that side trying to establish leadership, when in reality, the issues that are being addressed in this country right now are being done most effectively and most efficiently by this government. 7 months later, and we still have not, as reported by Senator Salas, there still has not been a meeting by the Joint Accounts Committee. Again, why? Is it because they're so busy trying to sort out leadership? I don't mean to throw a blow here or go below the belt, but I see a trend, and it's a very pathetic one. And if the people of this nation is actually to look for leadership, they're looking at the right party right now because they had voted us in for that efficiency and that effectiveness that they're actually getting for the first time in 13 years. When I look at some of the social partners were here when I was getting that same one page with millions of dollars being spent. As a matter of fact, I could also remember the leader of government business when we asked for details. Well, what do you need? Do you need to know the size of the road? Do you need to know the size of the stone? Do you need to know the length of the... It was so ridiculous. Why? Because he was saying to us, we didn't need to know the details of all of that. Leave that to the experts. It's pathetic, Senator Perpetrators. Pathetic cry. As Senator Carl has pointed out, when you look at this document, I ask you to look at not expenditure, but looking at investments in the people of this nation, specifically the police department. The police department. As I look at the document, I am floored and I'm saying, thank God.
I ask again if we be mindful of Standing Order 40 and have Senator Isabel Bennett speak.
Thank you, Madam President. It's obvious that much care, consideration, and effort has been put into looking into the different units in the police department. While we would have had to struggle and try to stabilize the health of this nation moving in as a new government under the pressures of COVID, we are now simultaneously looking and stabilizing the crime situation that is actually the consequences of poor administration that existed before the PUP. And that's a given. That is what we're seeing now, the social ills, Senator Perpetrators, is actually as a result of the poor administration. Any sociologist will be able to tell you if they do retroactive research in our population, they will be able to link it to the poor administration based on your person's political colleagues that you had with you, or you probably still have now. Let me focus. I will not allow you to distract me. The gangs unit.
Senator, again, may I remind
the police,
you of Standing Order 40, if you can...
For the first time in many years.
Senator Bennett speak, and Senator Bennett, I also ask that if we can keep the debate to the bill.
Yes.
Senator... Remember, I had reminded you that I can see you.
Madam President, I stand corrected. Thank you. When I look at what has been allocated to the National Defense and Border Security, isn't this for our soldiers? The ones that were left dilapidated, I had pictures of what they had to endure in their bathrooms, in their toilets, and we came in as a government respective of the service that they're delivering, and we are continuing to do that as we continue to provide the finances that they need. And as a matter of fact, Minister Koi, I know if he could have made $1 out of 15 cents, he probably would have done more, because I still would be saying at this point, World Food Day need more money allocated to that. I would still say that, you know what, maybe we should be giving more money to the public transportation reform because it is very much needed in this country. How can we say no to the fact that if we allocate certain amount of money to the Biodiversity Finance Initiative, when Belize, our beloved Belize, is home to almost 118 almost distinct species of animals. How could we say no to a budget like this? Given the international support that we're getting as we move forward to try to stabilize climate change. Come on, colleagues. Don't look at the document as Senator Carl says as expenditures, see it as investment in our people. I thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to start, Madam President, by responding to the matters of substance. The longest presentation didn't have any. I want to start by responding to the matters of substance that have been raised during the course of the debate. Before responding to the drivel, there has been a long-standing call for more information. And Senator Bennett is correct. And Senator Salas and Senator Smith will confirm that the details provided by this government in our supplementary is far more than we used to get under the leadership of the United Democratic Party. And nobody who is honest can deny that. Clearly, there is a concern that what is being presented is not enough. Madam President, first point, and this is merely by way of explanation. The budget and all budgets, supplementary and otherwise, are presented on the basis of a head and subheads. That's the way the budgets are presented. And when we take a look at the supplementary bill itself, I don't know, I didn't count it, but it's hundreds, I don't know, maybe 100 and something, subheads. For each ministry, it sets out the head and then the subhead. This then document gives you the details. So this is the way budgets are presented. When one says we don't have enough information, I listen carefully. Not a single senator said that he or she sought information and was denied it. There are senators in this room today, at this place, at this time, who sought information and was given information. And I'm not calling any names, and it's no secret. The point I wish to make is not a single senator can say with honesty that they have been denied information. I want to go further. I listened keenly, and I heard legitimate concerns. I heard genuine criticisms. I heard a lot of speculation from Senator Perpetrators. I heard allegations from Senator Perpetrators about hustling. Madam President, had he one simple, single iota of evidence, he would have brought it here. He is quite happy to call people hustlers without evidence. There is no senator in this Senate today who has a judgment of the Supreme Court of Belize that says you spent $1.3 billion unconstitutionally. That is you, Senator Perpetrators. So don't come here with a pretense that you're for transparency. Don't come here with any pretense that you're for accountability. The judgment, no, don't tell me I just wind up. Just you relax. You are the person who sits in this Senate and suffers the stain and smear and ignominy of being found guilty by the Supreme Court of 1.3 billion. And you can laugh all you want. It's you. You are not Minister of Finance. You want to read it on again? I'm not done with that yet. You had your say. Be quiet. Listen. You are the only person in here where the Supreme Court said 1.3 billion. And what is worse, Senator Perpetrators, you were the Attorney General at the time. You did not give advice, or you gave wrong advice. Whichever way, you're wrong. But let's continue. There is a joint Public Accounts Committee. I didn't hear anybody over there talk about it. I wonder why. Senator Perpetrators, you know who chaired the Joint Public Accounts Committee?
I'm sure you'll tell me.
The purpose of the Joint Public Accounts Committee is to exercise oversight over public expenditure. Chaired by Tracy Tega Panton, United Democratic Party. You hear Senator Salas? 7 months and absolutely nothing has been done because you all didn't make a quorum. Now you all, yes, it's been fixed, so sit down and listen. The chairman of the Joint Public Accounts Committee is Tracy Tega, UDP opposition. The majority of the members are not government people. You all have the majority, you have not met, and you come here and hurl words of hustle. You, Senator Perpetrators, as a chairman of the United Democratic Party, you should get Tracy Tega to do her work and call the committee to scrutinize what has been done. I don't start on that yet. Oh, Jerry, deal with you.
Senator,
Madam
please let
President,
us keep the budget,
Madam President,
the debate to the bill at hand.
Madam President, I want to end on the question of information on this point. I would like to propose, in keeping with what you articulated at the start of this meeting in terms of the reforms that you want to introduce in the Senate, that one way for us to address this legitimate concern of information is specifically on appropriation bills, that once they are introduced in the House, that the Senate as a whole in committee meets and bring the financial secretary and the other people from finance and have an open committee meeting to discuss the proposed supplementary or the general revenue bill prior to the debate in the Senate. I want to suggest further that, and it's going to be difficult, but I am hoping with the help of Senator Coy and Financial Secretary that we can do it for the budget that is coming up. The time will be close, but we will try to do it. That will even predate any amendment to the standing orders, so it will be sort of informal, but at least people will be given an opportunity to go over the details and ask the questions that they may have. It is unfair, Madam President, for the impression to be given that this government has not been forthcoming and transparent on the issue of appropriations. And we have been criticized for coming 3 times in this fiscal year. Senator Salas counted the number for a number of years. We are doing it because the law requires it. That's why we're doing it. To tell tales out of school, in cabinet, when this came up, we questioned whether we should just delay it and put it as a part of a general revenue budget for the next fiscal year. And it was pointed out we could do it, but we will be breaking the Finance and Audit Reform Act. And so it was brought as the only bill to comply with the law. And so we are proud of our record in terms of what we are trying to do in reporting to the legislature, expenditure of the government, and proposed expenditure. We are not ashamed of it. No Chief Justice has ruled that we spend no $1.3 billion without approval. Now let me go to some specifics. And you know, I don't know. I listened to Senator Perpetrators, and I remember one exchange I had with one of my friends the other day. You can't hear? No, and Q-tips are available. Listen to General Administration, the way that. Giving the public who doesn't have this document in their hands the impression that no detail is given. Right below that, mark contribution and subscriptions. And as a former minister, he knows that these contributions and subscriptions are what has to be paid by the government to international organizations. He knows that. What you hear, huh? General Administration, that way that. We don't know about that. He knows it. But it is some people could read and understand. Others can read and can't understand. And this brings me to the argument I had with a friend. The friend, they tell me that smarter than me. So I said, well, why you say that? Well, I see the man report card and the man got loan here and a lot of it. I said, what are you talk about? I said, which primary school? I said, primary school. He said, no, from the law school. I said, you see it? I said, show me it. The friend showed me the thing. I looked at it. I said, I said, my brother, they're in the absence. Then the only A for his report card. Senator Perpetrators, let me help you. I know you're not that smart from the report card. When it comes to the Prime Minister's office, it is not the Prime Minister's office alone that is being repaired. It is the cabinet room that is being retrofitted. It is the bathroom that is being retrofitted. It is the Prime Minister's office that is being retrofitted. It is the foyer that is being retrofitted. It is, most importantly, the roof that is leaking. So when we talk about $250,000 and it gives the impression that it is in the Prime Minister's office alone, it is not true. But this is the way the budget is prepared, and this is the formatting that is used. But I think it is important to recall that it is not the Prime Minister's office alone. It is work that is being done, and it is work that is necessary to be done at this stage. Why? For over a year, or approximately a year, the Cabinet has been meeting at the House of Culture in open breach of security, because we cannot fit with the 6 feet apart, socially distant, in the cabinet room. So it had to be retrofitted, Madam President. Everybody has commented on medical, Ministry of Health. And it's important, as Senator Cowie emphasized, of this 15 million, 5 million is from UDP bills. These are suppliers out there who say, we will not supply the drugs unless you pay all or part of the bill. And so we are caught as a government in a catch-22 where you have people who have need for medication, suppliers saying we are ready for supply, but you have to pay. But the Malpagore never pay, and so we had to end up making the payment. The 10 million addition is an appropriation for expenditure that has to take place, that you can look and see what is going to have to pay between February and March, plus some that has already been spent. But we bring it within the provisions of the Finance and Audit Reform Act. So the simple point I make is this. When it comes to pharmaceuticals, it is for the need of the Belizean people. We go to the 7.3 million NHI and hemodialysis. You won't vote against this, right, Perfect?
I'll vote against the whole budget.
Right. NHI, the National Health Insurance, $5 million will be spent by this government continuing the rollout of the NHI to the people of Belize, and we do so without apology, and we come to this house for permission to do so. $2.1 million, some of which is already owed to suppliers for dialysis treatment. We have to pay. People are expecting and in need of this type of service and treatment. And this government, with no apology, has come to the Senate for permission to spend $2.1 million on hemodialysis. And Perfect, you could vote against it if you want.
Put that in like a little cute. Vote take out the furniture, and I'll vote for it.
You want to go to furniture, bring back the chair.
No problem. Bring back the chair. I didn't get a good deal anyway.
I want to deal with the question of vehicles. Vehicles.
Senator, again, may I remind you. Senator Michael Perfit, may I remind you, standing order 40. Can you please maintain silence?
He in the top of commissioner. Okay, who in the Senate ever gone before a commissioner inquiry? Nobody back here. Nobody back here. I don't think you got. Only you?
They don't call me.
They don't call you?
No.
You need to call
They're
them.
free. If they had anything, they may have called me.
Bring back the laptop.
Can we?
I want to deal with the question of vehicles.
Senator Michael Perfit and
I want to
Senator
deal
Amon
with
Courtney,
the question of vehicles.
Can we kindly stay with the appropriation bill?
Bring back the 15 million. Anyway, bye. Sorry.
Thank you. Vehicles. Question was raised about the 733,000 that is being appropriated. 10 vehicles. 4 for the Ministry of Youth. 2 for the Post Office. 3 for the Ministry of Transport. And 1 for the Ministry of Finance. None of the 10 is for any minister. They are going to be used by public officers to discharge the work of the public service for and on behalf of the government and people of Belize. Perfit says so you say. Once again, suggesting impropriety. You not got no evidence. The question is very straightforward on this issue of vehicles. We inherited a fleet of vehicles that are not roadworthy. The government has had judiciously to spend on some replacement vehicles in areas that are essential. For example, in the Ministry of Transport, you saw the speed guns, etc. They have to be out on the highway in order to try to reduce the inordinate amount of traffic accidents. The Ministry of Youth, they don't even know the last time they get a vehicle. And we believe in investing in youth of this country. Madam President, I want to wind up. And before doing so, I have to criticize Senator Perpetrators again. It is irresponsible. It is wrong. It is bordering on recklessness for him to stand in this honorable Senate knowing better to suggest that something is wrong in the financial sector of this country. It is bordering on recklessness. The social partners were briefed by the central bank governor. The cabinet was briefed. This is not something that we asked for. This is being given by experts in order to prepare in the event something were to happen, and to stand here and to go on and on that something is wrong is a deliberate, misguided, disgraceful attempt to undermine confidence in the financial sector and the economy. Madam President, that is wrong. We do not play games and cheap politics with the financial sector of this country. If you want to know what it's about, you are free to go to the central bank. Where they say he knows what it's about and he still makes those outrageous statements. I am struggling. United Dictatorship Party. You are the only dictator in here, Mr. Perpetrators. Let me wind up by saying this, Madam.
Yes, please kindly wind
Madam
up,
President.
Leader of Government Business.
Let me wind up. The supplementary appropriation bill before the Senate is before the Senate to comply with the law of the country. The supplementary appropriation bill is before the Senate because we have inherited expenses and expenditure and a broken public service that needs to be repaired, and this government is judiciously and prudentially appropriating monies in order to rebuild the government public service and the wider economy of this country. The supplementary appropriation bill is before the Senate because we have committed to seeking the approval of the Honorable House of Representatives and the Senate prior to expenditure whenever it is possible and required by law. We give our commitment to try to introduce, hopefully for the budget, but certainly immediately thereafter, a system where we will have meetings of the Senate as a committee to go into the minutiae of these appropriation bills prior to the debate. I conclude by saying this. There is not a single allegation made here today of any misappropriation, any misspending, any corruption. There may have been questions that were not answered, but there has been not a single allegation, proven or otherwise, of irregularity. It is important because the impression is given that if we don't know, it means something is wrong, and that is not so. This bill, Madam President, members of the Senate, is prepared by public officers. It is prepared by public officers. Monies are spent by public officers. So when people come here and talk about hustle, it is public officers that they are speaking to. We will not be a part of that type of maligning and libel. I ask senators to support the appropriation bill for the reasons that have been given by all the senators, notwithstanding there may be reservations by some. Madam President, I ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2022 be read a second time. All those in favor? Those against?
Okay.
Yes. Oh, just one second.
I know you like to ask me, like for me to ask it before.
I was going to reach out to you immediately after. For all those in favor, kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Everybody has indicated how they would vote. I mean, the respective senators, especially the social partners, made it very clear how they would vote. So I don't think there's a need for a division at this point. I vote no. When no five have to vote yes. 6. What will that do?
Clerk, may you proceed, please? Kindly proceed.
The bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending the 31st day of March 2022. Committee of the whole Senate on bills and on motion and bills.
Honorable members, in accordance with Standing Order 68A, the Senate will now resolve itself into the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee, a committee of the whole Senate, to consider the motions referred to it and thereafter, in accordance with Standing Order 54, the committee of the whole Senate to consider the bill that was read a second time. Honorable members, I will now take the chair as the chairperson of the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee, and then as the chairperson of the Committee of the whole Senate. If there is anyone in the gallery, I ask that you please remove yourself from the gallery. Business.
Madam President, the Constitutional and Foreign Affairs Committee has met and considered the resolution authorizing a ratification by Belize of the Multilateral Convention to implement tax treaty measures to prevent base erosion and profit sharing motion 2022 and has agreed that it be returned back to the Senate for adoption. I therefore move that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is now, therefore, be it resolved that the Senate authorizes the government of Belize to ratify the Multilateral Convention to implement tax treaty measures to prevent base erosion and profit shifting. All those in favor, kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, the Constitutional and Foreign Affairs Committee has met and considered the Domestic Violence in Belize motion 2022 and has agreed that it be returned back to the Senate for adoption. I therefore move that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is now, therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House, one, denounces and condemns domestic violence in all its forms as a crime and the violation of fundamental human rights. Two, supports the call for additional resources to further strengthen the interventions, safeguards, and public awareness required to effectively address domestic violence in Belize. Three, will undertake legislative review aimed at filling gaps and putting in the necessary reforms for the response to domestic violence. Four, as national leaders take a zero-tolerance position with regard to domestic violence. Five, prioritizes domestic violence as a national issue of significance and pledges to take the individual and collective actions to end this plague in our constituencies. All those in favor, kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Reporting on third reading a bill.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole Senate has considered the General Revenue Supplementary Appropriation 2021-2022, number 3, Bill 2022, and pass it without amendment. I now move that the bill be read a third time.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2022 be read a third time. All those in favor, kindly say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
The bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2022.
Madam President, I move that the Senate do now adjourn.
I recognize Senator Michael Perfit.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, there was an individual who would watch and observe every single session of the National Assembly, the House and the Senate, with meticulous detail and keen interest. Always a contributor to many causes in sports, the University of Belize, to my career and education personally. And I would just like to, on behalf of this side of the House, with your permission, salute Rommel Perdomo Sr., who has passed, a legend in the business community and a supporter of ours, but most of all, a true Belizean. And I just wanted to acknowledge that on behalf of the UDP, we salute him as we get ready to celebrate his life. Thank you, Madam President, for that accommodation.
Honorable members, before I put the question, I recognize Senator Osmani Salas, who will speak in accordance with Standing Order 11 on an issue of public importance.
Right, thank you, Madam President. I know we have been here for about 6 hours or so, so I won't keep us back for too long, about 5 or 6 minutes of your time. But thank you for this opportunity to make a statement on the Chiquibull Mountain Pine Ridge Caracol Complex. Right, Madam President, this is an area which we refer to as the CMCC that has much significance to Belize, and I would like to share some related challenges and opportunities that we should all be aware of. The CMCC region is located in western Belize in this Cayo district. It comprises over 560,000 acres, representing about 10% of our landmass and over 40% of the Cayo district. For more than a decade, right, Madam President, our security forces, other governmental agencies, and the Friends for Conservation and Development, FCD, as co-manager of the Chiquibull National Park, have been tackling an increasing number of transboundary threats, including poaching, illegal extraction of timber and non-timber forest products, looting of mine artifacts, gold panning and illegal forest clearing for agricultural expansion and cattle ranching. These illegal incursions have been widespread across that entire area and have required a collaborative, multi-agency enforcement effort that transcends protected area boundaries. Now, today, the main transboundary threats are in the form of agriculture, farming, cattle ranching, gold panning, illegal wildlife trafficking, and thankfully, largely due to the efforts of FCD and its governmental partners, these threats are more contained, restricted to particular areas along the western border. Shatter extraction has been greatly reduced, illegal logging has been kept to a minimum, threatened wildlife species seem to be rebounding. Unregulated gold mining activities in the upper Chiquibull headwaters, however, is a growing concern, as is, in a sense, the development of the paved road through the CMCC Mountain Pine Ridge area. I must say that while this road is important to improve security in the area and to bolster the tourism potential of the area, it could bring along with it intensive land speculation and other interests that could have a detrimental effect on the area if unregulated or improperly managed. Hunting activities have started to increase as a result of this improved road. Local visitation, which is a positive development, is increasing, but the accumulation of garbage has also been increasing, which contributes to contamination of the rivers and streams of the Upper Macal. As a result of these challenges, Madam President, there is an urgency to establish and mobilize the enabling mechanisms for the effective management of that entire area. Multiple interests with poor planning and limited monitoring systems in place could serve to exacerbate the actual challenges in the CMCC area, Chiquibull Mountain Pine Ridge Caracol area. It is imperative, Madam President, that the government and its partners move ahead with implementing the recommendations laid out in the CMCC Sustainable Development Plan. This plan, which was finalized in 2020, was coordinated by the Economic Development Council Public-Private Desk in the Office of the Prime Minister, the former Prime Minister, with the participation of over 200 individuals. The plan seeks to improve the management of the ecosystems of that area. Implementation of that plan can contribute to a nature-based economy that provides opportunities for Belizean communities to live healthy and productive lives, protect cultural heritage, and preserve the natural capital and environmental resources that are the basis for Belize's prosperity. Both the private sector and NGO managers on the ground, such as FCD, can collaborate with the government so that that area, the CMCC area, the landscape vision of that area as outlined, not only in the Sustainable Development Plan, but also government's plan Belize, can be achieved. That development plan is built on 6 pillars, Madam President. Economic opportunities for local livelihoods, water resources protection, biodiversity conservation, safety and security, proper land use planning, and inclusive governance. The government of Belize pledged, Madam President, in its plan Belize, to elevate that area known as the CMCC region to a Chiquibull Mountain Pine Ridge Landscape Conservation Trust aimed at preserving this indispensable ecosystem. Now that 1 year has passed, Madam President, of this new administration, I respectfully call on the government to provide a progress report on the efforts of towards this landscape vision for the CMCC. Madam President, I respectfully present a few recommendations for consideration. That the current separate protected area designations, there are like 4 or 5 in that area, be replaced by a consolidated CMCC protected landscape designation through the passage of an order under the National Park System Act, National Protected Area System Act, and that a statutory instrument be passed to create the governance, administration, and management framework for that area. Critically, Madam President, that a comprehensive land tenure assessment of the area be carried out. There's an area known as the Baldy Beacon area that is currently not included under any of the protected area designations. That is a spectacular area, both for beauty and both for its impact to 3 watersheds. There are individuals that own large swaths of land in that area, an area that, in my view, Madam President, should be owned by no one, but should be owned by everyone. It's part of our natural patrimony. And so it has been very difficult to get a sense of who owns what there and how much. Hence, we are recommending a comprehensive land tenure assessment of that area. That government institutes a moratorium on any dereservation, future sale and land transfer and transfers of public lands within that area, and that such a moratorium be put in place as soon as possible. Establish a well-resourced border protection force to tackle all the threats in the area. And finally, that the Ministry of Education leads the planning and coordination of an application to UNESCO for the designation of that ecosystem as our second World Heritage Site. To conclude, Madam President, a landscape management approach of the CMCC would be innovative and visionary. Such a framework based on sustainable development principles would provide lasting benefits to Belizeans. That landscape management approach would require a shift from a single sort of sector-oriented perspective, be it agriculture, conservation, or residential development, for example, towards an increasingly integrated landscape level management approach that recognizes that conservation is a vital component of land management, providing essential ecosystem services and building resilience to climate change. It would also focus, Madam President, on balancing competing multi-sectoral demands on land, using principles that emphasize adaptive management, stakeholder involvement, and ecosystem services such as water security and climate adaptation. Madam President, thank you for the opportunity, and thanks, colleagues, for listening. Thanks, Madam President.
Madam President, could I just, for this side of the House, associate myself with the words of Senator Perpetrators with respect to Mr. Rommel Perdomo, a legendary, patriotic, and good Belizean.
Honorable members, the question is that the Senate do now adjourn. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. The Senate now stands adjourned.